You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday, September 9th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. And today we are here to play Case 3 of the Cold Case Investigation Unit series. We've played Cases 1 and 2 on the channel in the past 2 weeks. Case 3, Who Killed Jenny, is the last case in the series available currently to U.S. customers. There is a fourth case. It's been just released in the last couple weeks in England, and Amazon is getting it in stock. We'll have it for sale for about $25. Catherine Thompson, the author of this series, the writer of all of these cases, has visited us on the chat and said hello, and she says it's probably faster to wait for Amazon than to order it directly from the company. We'll play it as soon as we can get it. I've got it on order. If the chat could let me know if the audio and video is okay. This is probably a good time to remind you that I don't take any gift copies of games. We don't have any review copies. Everything we've played and that I've purchased myself. We're trying to avoid any signs of bias. As a reminder, in the previous episodes, I talked a little bit about this little controversy about these expensive swords that one company sent out to reviewers. And it's kind of it's an interesting little topic for discussion in the board game content creator world. You can see everyone has picked up on it and is giving their take. I think the one that made me laugh recently, there are a couple of channels that talk about these kinds of things. The one that's most serious, there's two channels that are actually address these kinds of things fairly seriously. There's a guy named Jason who has a channel called Shelf Stories, and he has a very serious academic take on cultural issues and these kinds of issues. He did a video about it. I disagree with his position, but I really do respect how seriously he tackles these issues. His basic position on this stuff is that board game reviewers aren't real journalists, and so they don't have to abide by the ethics of journalism, and it's fine to get these gifts as thank yous. And then the other YouTuber that I've talked about occasionally here is a guy who has a channel called The King of Average, and his position is much closer to my own, which is just that it's not appropriate. But he's got an interesting thing going on because he does have a Patreon, which I have suggested is the best way to go forward in this industry, to have viewers supporting directly content creators from Patreon. But he also has a sponsor for his channel, but it's totally unrelated to board gaming, and I think that's another viable approach. All right, so I've gotten sort of distracted here. It was just connected to this because we have to wait until I can purchase Case 4. All right, if you haven't watched the first two, I forgot what I was leading up to. So the interesting video that gave me a laugh that I just watched about this is by a guy who has a channel called The Liege of Games, I believe that is. And he does more off the cuff stuff, and in his video it was basically like, you know, you shouldn't be giving swords. Do I want a sword? Yes, I want a sword. I wish I had the sword. I really hope that I get the sword. If I could only get the sword, I'd be happy. It's a very weird little juxtaposition between saying it's inappropriate and then talking about how much he wished he had gotten it. But you might want to go give that a look. Okay, so let's catch up in the chat and talk a little bit about watching this. If you haven't watched the first two playthroughs, you should leave and watch. Actually, they're not connected, so you could jump in at any time. But if you're planning on playing this game, you can only do it once. It's got a story. So if you think you want to purchase and play this game, you can get it for cheap on Amazon for like $25. You might shut off this stream now, buy it, play it yourself, and you can come back and watch it afterwards. If you do want to join us, feel free to shout out suggestions or whatever. We've been talking a little bit on the Co-op for Two Board Game Geek Guild discussion thread about ways that maybe I could improve these playthroughs. It was suggested maybe that I could put up polls when there are decisions, whatever. And my basic position has been that to keep things moving, and because of the YouTube delays, I'm basically just going to play these games. When we get to points where there's either when we take a break or if there's a place to really think about, then we'll talk and chat. But otherwise, you should feel free to discuss amongst yourselves or shout out when there's something you think I missed or you want me to do, etc. We are going to try, however, we're going to experiment. There's no reason not to experiment with these things. So we're going to experiment a little today with using digital notes. My handwriting is so bad it can be hard to follow. So we're going to occasionally switch over to a little Google Docs area where we can keep notes. And I have a little keyboard here that you can see, and I can type in here. So while I'm typing notes, and Jonathan and Anna have access to this as well. So we may try to either write these notes contemporaneously as we play or during breaks, etc. And maybe we'll see if that is of benefit to the audience. And you can let me know in the comments on this YouTube video or on the Board Game Geek section. Jonathan has been filling us in about Mizurna Falls. Small open world murder mystery game inspired by Twin Peaks and Blue Velvet. I assume this is a computer game. Hard to recommend, everything's happening in real time. Finished watching the most recent season of Westworld with a friend, not really impressed. I find it funny how the Men in Black has to get more evil with every season. Westworld is one of those shows I hate watch. There's a bunch of them. They are just too painful for me. I want to like them, I just get frustrated. Which reminds me of a phenomenon that I've been seeing a lot more on Netflix. We watch cooking shows on Netflix, like competition shows and cooking shows while we eat. And recently Netflix has run some formula that tells them the way to make these food shows is they make a show, like they make this show on pizzas, this new one, or whatever, street food in Mexico, whatever it is. And it's like 2% food and 98% made, people exaggerating their life stories and just like real slow motion shots of people talking about how this person has this story about they grew up this way and the food brings back memories. And it's like the food and the discussion of the food and how to make it and what it's made of and what it tastes like is like 2% of these shows, and 98% is just agonizingly slow profiles of people that are just super exaggerated. It's really painful. I see Jonathan Klabund has stopped by. All right, what else do we need to talk about before we get started? I think that's it. I think we're ready to get started. All right, let's open this up. You chat can remind me if I'm missing anything out. This is not really doing it. Okay, same as all the cases. Catherine Thompson. So we've been very impressed by the first two cases in these series. I don't know if we can, it helps to come in with low expectations, and so let's keep our expectations tamped down for this one. Catherine told us that the second case was the longest and most complex, and we really enjoyed that one a lot. I know nothing about case 3. As a reminder how we play these things, I'll read everything and we'll take our time. It'll probably take us 6 hours or so to get through this. Welcome to this cold case investigation, which has been written for you by qualified UK police detectives. We also offer events where we bring the crime scene and investigation to you for your team building days and school forensic science workshops. I hope you enjoy this title. Please come and say hello on our Facebook page, Cold Case Investigation Unit. See you there. If you are the kind of person that leaves reviews, if you're comfortable leaving reviews, you should consider leaving a review, especially if you have a Facebook page, if you do that kind of stuff. We forget that these cold case games, some of them have hard time getting traction. There's just so many bad ones out there, and without marketing, budget, whatever. This company in particular, especially if you've watched our previous 2 playthroughs and you haven't bought the game yourself, that's fine. But if you want to do a nice gesture, if you enjoyed the cases, a nice thing you could do is go on the webpage of this company, or Facebook, whatever it is, or Twitter, whatever you use, social media, and let people know that it was a good game. They deserve the support and the sort of word of mouth. That would be a nice thing if you want to do something. The thing I ask of you is if you found it interesting and you watched it, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the YouTube video. And so we might add to that list of asks. That's my ask. And then for the company, if you like the game, leave them a review. Okay. A huge thank you for playing my game. I very much hope you enjoy it. You're about to step into the shoes of the lead detective on this murder case. I recommend you examine each document carefully. At first, it will appear to be a series of disconnected pieces of information, but the links will become clear the deeper you delve. Work out who had a motive to kill Jenny. There are lots. Then examine the evidence to see where these people were at the relevant time. Catch the liar and you will catch our killer. That sounds like a little more standard mystery suspect game. I suggest you use any tools at your disposal. You'll need access to the internet to view video footage captured from the scene, and there may be a few more clues hidden online. Okay, so this one, compared to the first two cases were advertised as, you could use internet, might be slightly beneficial. This one seems to say you are going to need the internet. That's okay, we have the internet. If you get stuck, there are some clues. In the event you are missing any documents, please get in touch with me either through my website or Facebook, Instagram, Cold Case Investigation Unit, and I will fix it. It's rare, but it has happened, so just in case. And there's our documents. Well, hello again. You're back for another one then. Well, I assume you're back. If this is your first case with me, what makes you think you can jump straight into a murder without working your way up to it? Anyway, not my problem, I suppose, but be warned that I don't have time to hold your hand on this one, so you're on your own. This file contains all the evidence handed over to me by the boys in blue. They haven't really made much progress, but I think the answer to this one may lie close to home. Sadly, that home is burnt to the ground. Well, once again, if I spend any more time on this, I might as well solve it for you, so off you go and just let me know the results so I can get paid. Oh, one more thing. We've been given access to some police body cam footage from the scene and a couple of news reports about all this. I've stored these on the Briggs Investigations website for you, so just go to Investigation 3 at coldcaseinvestigationunit.com and you'll find the links there. Remember, make sure you're sure before you go and accuse anyone. Briggs. Okay, so that's the premise of these games. We work for this guy, Briggs, his cold case private eye. One of the interesting things we talked about on the last session is what's the best order to go through these things? We've played the crime dossier books from the 1930s where everything's bound, so you must go through it in order. And in fact, that's part of the premise, that information comes in order. And I think we kind of like that system a lot. Here it's more free form, and organizing the things is part of the charm of these. But I feel like we were developing a sort of formalism, a system for what order do we read things. And I'm not sure. I wonder if we shouldn't go to the website and listen to these first. Let's do this as part of our system that we're developing. Let's begin by not reading the full paper, but reading the main story on the paper related to our case, and then we'll come back and read the rest of the newspaper later. The Daily Retriever, all the news that from your faithful news hounds. Monday, 3rd of May, 2021. So this is set in 2021. The drinking place goes up in flames. DDP is razed to the ground by killer blaze. Deliberately started fire tears through the Grade 2 listed building during a concert held by local sensation Riz Summerhees. Owner Jenny Bills perishes in fire. A huge blaze broke out at the drinking place on Saturday night just as local sensation Riz Summerhays took to the stage. Firefighters attended and recovered the body of a 62-year-old female, later identified as owner Jenny Bills. Police have confirmed that they are treating the death as suspicious. The venue has been beset by drama since being taken over by licensee Jenny Bills and her former husband Martin. The former boathouse was purchased by the business partners in 2017 when permission was granted for a change of use into a restaurant. Bills applied for consent to complete building renovations, some renovations to the Grade 2 listed building, which were still being reviewed when it transpired she had already ripped out many of the beautiful internal features. She later claimed there had been a misunderstanding with the builders. Conservation Officer Judy Scheindlin encouraged a prosecution to be brought against Bills, stating she has ripped out all the good parts and left a soulless box in its place. All in the pursuit of making money. This business was authorized as a respectful restaurant in a beautiful building, not a cheap, nasty bar in a box. The restaurant soon lost customers following complaints about poor quality of the food. Chef Martin Bills repeatedly blamed his business partner for refusing to spend any money on quality produce or facilities. Facing closure, the restaurant rebranded to become a bar and music venue, which locals believe was Bill's intention all along. The bar continued to prove controversial, with complaints about noise and litter being left by patrons of the venue. Neighbor Saris Talbot successfully lobbied the licensing board to revoke Bill's license following a series of incidents at the location, including large-scale fights, damage to Talbot's property, and to the pier and waterway at the location. Bills eventually recovered her license, however. Restrictions were placed on permitted opening hours to 10 p.m. daily and 6 p.m. on Sundays. Bills lived in a large converted apartment above the pub along with her former husband and daughter. Former husband Martin Bills was arrested by police and is currently on bail pending further inquiries. Written by Frida Black. Okay, so that's our main story. We will read the rest of the paper later. So we've got a fire, we've got a husband under arrest, and we've got, at the heart of it all, controversy over the use of this building. and construction and disputes over noise and the future of the bar. Thinking we should do those website things, but I'm a little hesitant because this is one of the areas that the stream has fallen down in the past, trying to listen so that I can listen to the websites at the same time you can. But let's give it a try, and if we can't, we'll take a short break and I'll get the audio working. I believe I understand all the technical details of how to make it work. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We're going to go to their website and open it up, and let's see if we can't both do it at the same time. All right, so we're going to go to Cold Case Investigation Unit, which would have been nice if I already got it open, but there it is. Okay, let's see. All right, so you can see it. We're going to go to Games, Case 3. Okay. Clues, Evidence. Here we go. Okay. So in this case, we haven't seen this before. We've got 3 pieces of evidence that we can observe. Live from the scene of a blazing inferno. Okay, so here's what we're going to try to do. I'm going to play it. I'm going to see if I can hear it along with you. If I can't, we'll have to do the normal thing to fix it. But let's see. Let's watch the live from the scene.
Good evening. I'm here outside the drinking place in Leicestershire, which is the scene of a blazing inferno. The controversial venue, owned by disgraced businesswoman Jenny Bills, has been besieged by complaints and issues since opening back in 2019 and is now up in flames. Firefighters are still working to put out the blaze and are confirmed that the fire was started deliberately. Further to this, we are hearing reports that the body has been recovered from the building and is believed to be the owner, Jenny Bills. Minutes ago, police arrested Bills' former husband and the drinking place chef Martin Bills, which we understand has been arrested for the offence of murder. Earlier this evening, the venue had been full of music fans enjoying a concert by local sensation Reese Summerhaze. It's understood that most of the revellers had left the area before the fire broke out, and at this time we're not entirely sure what has taken place. Viewers will recall the grand opening of the venue, which immediately caused problems in the local community after owner Jenny Bills took over an ancient listed building and ripped all character from inside, claiming to have misunderstood the listing status. Repeated noise nuisance complaints have been made by neighbouring properties, led to TPD's licence being amended to require the venue close by 10:30 p.m. Owner Jenny Bills has been accused of misleading the licensing board in her initial application, where she claimed that TPD would be an exclusive restaurant, causing little or no impact on the local environment. Since opening, she has ruffled feathers with allowing anything so long as it made her a tidy profit. It's clear a lot of people have an axe to grind with this greedy businesswoman, but who has taken the ultimate step and murdered her? It appears the police believe it was her husband, but only time will tell. That's all from me here. Now back to the studio.
Oh no, we don't want this. Let's go back. Okay, so I assume you could hear that. I could hear it well, so we've got the technical difficulties worked out. That's excellent. It didn't seem like we got anything that we didn't read in the paper. Just the added little audio visual little local news report. That was fine. Like he was making mistakes, just like a reporter would. There's nothing wrong with that. That was all just fine. Okay, let's look at our... Oh, that opened a new YouTube page. Okay, let's look at the next item here. Radio Leicestershire, live from police custody. All right, let's listen to that.
Coming to you live from Progress Police Station in Leicestershire, where ex-husband of murder victim Jenny Bills has just been released from police custody and he's waiting to give a statement.
I am Martin Bills, ex-husband of Jenny Bills. I have been released from police custody without charge, having been arrested falsely for murdering Jenny. I did not do this. I, like a lot of people in this community, dislike Jenny's behaviour and greed, but this does not mean that I killed her. She is the mother of my child above all else. There has been much talk about how Jenny's cost-cutting and mean behaviour drove our restaurant out of business. The truth of this is that Jenny refused to spend any money whatsoever on quality produce or facilities. This led to the downfall of my restaurant, and many are speculating that this is why I apparently snapped and killed her. While her miserly behaviour is another reason for the end of our marriage and the failure of this restaurant, I had already made arrangements to open another restaurant outside of her influence. In fact, I and my daughter will be moving to the new place immediately. I understand that Jenny had many enemies in this community, but I urge anyone with any information to come forward and identify the killer of my daughter's mother. Thank you.
That's the statement from Chef Martin Bills, who's just left police custody without charge. The mystery of who killed Jenny is still, at this time, unanswered. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, that was actually quite nice. There's something charming about these recordings. They feel like they remind me of like a real English radio station. They're sort of not, I don't know how to explain it. They're obviously reading from a script, but there's something charming about it. And I'm already liking the characters here. Like the husband is saying bad things about her. She's miserly. She won't buy fresh produce. She like caused his restaurant to fail. He's got some pride. He's like advertising his new restaurant. And I like that the neighborhood is upset by her agreeing. This is actually very realistic. These games tend to be very cartoonish. But the part that's realistic is when a new owner goes in and buys a restaurant space, there's real negotiation that happens with the neighborhood, sometimes the city, the surrounding businesses and residential units. There's real disputes and back and forth that goes on regarding how the space is going to be used. And the bars often get into real disputes with the neighboring buildings about noise complaints and people saying they promised you were going to have a quiet restaurant, but instead you put up a bar. And that was nice to, yes, Anna says it was a nice touch to hear from the ex-husband. It was. I will remind you that at the start of the game, when we were given our charge, Briggs, the person who runs this investigation team, this company said, catch the liar and you'll catch the murderer. Like if we can spot the person who's lying, that's our big clue. All right, let's look at our last piece of evidence here, which seems very promising. Police body cam footage. Oh, I guess if it's body cam, might not be that useful, but let's take a look at it. There's no audio yet.
What's going on? I was hoping you were going to tell us. How long have you been here?
Been here all night since before this all kicked off.
What happened? What kicked off?
fire. The place just filled with smoke. It was so fast. Well, the band was on. I don't know what time it was, but I was here with a couple of mates and I'd gone to the bar, get some drinks, and then there was just smoke everywhere. So I got out as fast as I could, and I thought my mates would meet me out here. But, well, they've messaged me to tell me they've gone off, so, you know, I'm glad they're okay, but a bit annoyed, to be honest.
Hey, you can get a little as if you like.
Thank you so much.
That's all right.
So I wish those dogs would shut up, eh?
You know what? It was way too full in there tonight. You couldn't even move. You couldn't even breathe. But there's Jenny all over. So desperate for extra cash. You know what? I've heard she's bankrupt.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy busy. Like, you couldn't even see where the fire was coming from. The place was just full of smoke.
So what time did you all come out?
I'd say just after 8.
Yeah?
I mean, the place cleared out pretty quickly, and I think everyone just went home.
Did you see anything unusual happen during the evening?
Well, yeah, the place is on fire.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. Anything else?
Look, I don't like to be a snitch, but we were there before the show, and I overheard Chef and Jenny shouting at each other. Well, to be honest, it was more him shouting at her, and I don't know, like, I dislike her like anybody else around here, and I'm sure she deserved it, but he was just so mad at her. He was screaming that she was an old stingy cow and, you know, being glad to be rid of her. I don't normally pry, but it's a pretty good row.
Yeah, do you know what? When we all come out, he was acting pretty weird, you know. He was down the end of that pier near the barrels and skulking about, and I don't know what he was up to, but it was odd considering his pub's just gone up in flames, you know.
It's a needle in a haystack, really. Like, we all hate Jenny, but it's the only venue this side of town. You know, it's got the space out here for outdoor cinema and bands. It's criminal what she's done to this place. Who knows? Who even cares who killed her?
Has anyone seen the person that lives in that house?
No.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to take your details if that's alright. I'm not going to get a statement from you at this point, but if you come back to the car with me, I'll just grab your details and then you can get off home.
All right, that was filled with interesting stuff. We're going to listen to it again. I just thought we better start taking notes because it's clear we've got some stuff going on there that's useful. I'm just going to write them down for now, but maybe it will transfer them to the digital notes soon. So this is the body cam notes. Okay, so it was Officer which officer was it? 2352. I'll have to correct that if that's wrong. Okay, so we've got dogs barking. One of the things we talked about, so I started this thread about ways that I might improve the stream, and my handwriting is so terrible that it is hard to read. So I'll try to maybe slow down a little bit, write a little bit better, but mostly we'll do the digital notes, so these won't be important. But there were a couple of interesting things here. I'm going to write them down before I forget them, and we'll listen to that again. But the husband, the ex-husband chef, they said he was down by the pier with barrels, and they had a fight. Okay, more everyone hates her. Jenny is miserly for being cheap. And then there was a house. We'll just say nearby house, an owner. Where is the owner? Let's listen to it again. Let's see if we pick up anything new from this. May 1st. Sounds like the bar was overcrowded. Yes, I agree.
What's going on? I was hoping you were going to tell us. How long have you been here?
Been here all night since before this all kicked off.
So that's already interesting. So let's record the body cam time. Is at 20:36, right? So that's 8:30 p.m., right? The first witness says he's been there the whole before it all kicked off. At first I thought he was giving information away, like why was he on the scene before it kicked off? But then he explains he was there for the show.
What happened? What kicked off?
Fire. The place just filled with smoke. It was so fast. Well, the band was on. I don't know what time it was, but I was here with a couple of mates and I'd gone to the bar, get some drinks, and then there was just smoke everywhere. So I got out as fast as I could and I thought my mates would meet me out here. But, well, they've messaged me to tell me they've gone off, so, you know, I'm glad they're okay, but a bit annoyed, to be honest.
Hey, you can get a look with us if you like.
Thank you so much.
That's all right.
What did she say? Let me just rewind that a little bit.
I'm glad they're okay, but a bit annoyed, to be
And
honest.
why is he still there?
Hey, you can get a look with us if you like.
Thank you so much.
That's all right.
So I wish those dogs had shut up, eh?
Sorry, what does she say to him?
To be honest.
Hey, you can get a look with us if you like.
Thank you so much.
That's all right.
You can
So
get
I
a
wish
lift
those
with
dogs
us.
had shut up, eh?
You know what?
Thank you.
It was way too full in there tonight. You couldn't even move. You couldn't even breathe. But it's just
Okay, so he says it's too crowded. So witness one is a man. He's left by friends. Witness 2 is another man. He said it was crowded. Stacy says I used the closed captions. That's a great idea. How do I get them on this? I know how to get them on my... Great idea, Stacy,
Jenny all
thank you.
over. So desperate for extra cash. You know what? I've heard she's bankrupt.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy busy. Like, you couldn't even see where the fire was coming from. The place was just full of smoke.
So what time did you all come out?
I'd say just after 8.
Yeah?
I mean, the place cleared.
So they arrived after 8, just after 8, okay. Well, it's 8:30 now, and they're being interviewed And they got there at 8. So this all happened in a very short time.
These cleared up pretty quickly, and I think everyone just went home.
Did you see anything unusual happen during the evening?
Well, yeah, the place is on fire.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. Anything else?
Look, I don't like to be a snitch, but we were there before the show, and I overheard Chef.
Why
and
were they
Jenny
there before the
shouting at
show?
each other. Well, to be honest, it was more him shouting at her, and I don't know, like, I dislike her, like anybody else around here, and I'm sure she deserved it, but he was just so mad at her. He was screaming that she was an old stingy cow and, you know, being glad to be rid of her. I don't normally pry, but it's a pretty good row.
Yeah, do you know what? When we all come out, he was acting pretty weird, you know. He was down the end of that pier near the barrels and skulking about, and I don't know what he was up to, but it was odd considering his pub's just gone up in flames, you know.
It's a needle in a haystack, really. Like, we all hate Jenny, but it's the only venue this side of town. You know, it's got the space out here for outdoor cinema and bands. It's criminal what she's done to this place. Who knows? Who even cares who killed her?
Has anyone seen the person that lives in that house?
No.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to take your details if that's alright. I'm not going to get a statement from you at this point, but if you come back to the car with me, I'll just grab your details and then you can get off home.
Okay. Was the concert inside or outside? We don't know. All right, that was pretty good though. Those little multimedia recordings were actually quite good. In fact, that video there might be one of my favorite of the multimedia videos that we've seen in any of these games. Nothing magical about it. It just was nice. Okay, so the notes I have for this body cam. Officer 2532, the dogs are barking constantly and there's a house across the way that she's curious about, the cop on the scene, and we're curious about. I couldn't tell if the dogs were from that other house or not, or where they are. It is interesting that they're barking. Jonathan points out in the channel they could just be barking for the sirens. That makes sense. But we don't have to worry. It's not so much that they're barking now is suspicious. It's that there are dogs that might have started barking if they heard something else. So we might want to find the owner of those dogs and say, when did they start barking, etc. The husband was down by the piers and the barrels. The witnesses think that's suspicious. We think it's suspicious too, although obviously we don't necessarily suspect him, but we want to find out what he was doing. Everyone hates Jenny in this whole town. They all seem to know she's miserly and cheap, and that's why she's cutting corners, etc. And then we've got timeline information. The cop is there at 2036. Otherwise known as 8:36 p.m. The witnesses were there before the band started, before it all kicked off, and that was a little before 8. So we know this fire happened in this small window between a little after 8 and 8:30 or so. And one of the other witnesses heard that Jenny was bankrupt, and they've said they're there before the show, and one guy's friends left, but he stayed around. It's sort of, I can't tell if it's curious that these three witnesses are still there, or is that just sort of the way you film a video for this game where there are only 3 people. And yes, as the chat points out, there was also a comment about how it was super crowded inside. Okay, so there are our notes on the on the body cam, and the evidence very enjoyable. 44 minutes in, we're just getting a flavor for this crime and the characters involved. All right, so there's our paper. We've read our main story about the blaze, but we'll come back and read the whole thing later. We've got our notebook from the Private Eye. This we've talked about, sort of mixed bag, because in here we tend to get some hints as well as other stuff, but let's look through it quickly. This is sort of before it gets to our desk, what the other investigator gave up, made notes before they gave up. Attended number 1 West Point, no answer to knocking at the door, lights on in property, dogs barking in garden, schedule revisit. This sounds like this scene that we were just at. This seems like this might be the neighbor. This may be the neighbor house that we just saw. Neighbor house from video. This may be our neighborhood house from the video. No answer to knocking the door, lights on, dogs barking in garden. Dispaminite. What is with people in this channel with their hard to pronounce names? Dispaminite. Dispaminite. Is that, oh, D, it's a spam. I can see a spam logo. Dispaminite. Okay. We know one more thing about Jenny. She's not very creative. She named her bar the drinking place. I like the person, when the cop shows up, he says, "Do you notice anything unusual?" And he goes, "Yeah, there's a fire." And she's like, "Yeah, wise guy. Anything else?" Okay, here we go. It looks like the person came back to that place. 2030, attend West Point to canvass for witnesses. Spoke to witness Dick Beamond. There's his date of birth. Of 123 Averbrand Avenue, Leicester. States was at venue to watch singer and with neighbor Isabella and her friend Kate, who left without him when the bar filled with smoke. Came out and saw chef of the location, Martin, acting sus by the pier. Didn't see anyone else. No idea why fire started. Okay, so this is the guy from video. This is who we called witness 1. So this is nice. This is, you don't need the, maybe you do need the video, but this is our summary of this guy. We now know his name, his date of birth, where he lives. That's nice. Maybe he's a suspect. Tells us who he's with, and they left without him. Okay, events on a blank page. Don't know what that's about or why it's spelled down. E-V-E-N-T-S. No idea what that's about. Okay, more blank pages. Spoke to witness Betty Jennings. Here's her date of birth. And partner Bill Jennings. 12 Tithe Street, Leicester. Tell me if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Both at their venue for the singer and left when the place filled with smoke. Betty describes hearing chef shouting at victim earlier in the day. States was a nasty argument. Refused to provide statement as she has said all she plans to about the incident. So here's our second witness. This is witness number 2 and number 3 from the body cam. So we have her information in case she's involved in this. I love it. This is a police or investigator using little abbreviations and taking date of birth information and addresses where they live. That's fantastic. That's exactly what you want from your investigator and cop. When you meet someone, you take their name, you get their date of birth so that you can track them down later and where they live. All right, let's see what else we got here. Flagged down by member of the public, Ms. Wine, complaining her boat is missing, was moored over the bridge, Had planned to use it tonight, but it's not there. Advised regarding use of boat considered dangerous while the river is so high, and to call non-emergency line to report. Okay, so we've got a missing boat. Maybe the criminal culprit stole a boat and escaped in it. Suspects blank. Remember cakes or cokes for Tuesday. Remember cakes for Tuesday. Don't know what that's about, but not many hints in this notebook. Just a summary of the witnesses and a statement about missing boat. Remember cakes for Tuesday. Don't know what that's about. In the chat, we've already got some speculations here. Blake speculating that Jenny's actually a great person. And Dispinite says she faked her death to collect the insurance money and make the husband who's in on it beloved by the community to make his restaurant successful. One thing that's not clear now is how solid the body ID is. Can we really be sure it was Jenny killed? We got her age somewhere, right? That's important if the body gets identified and is of a different age. So maybe one thing to consider. All right, we've got some photographs here. Let's see what we've got. This says lobby and toilets. The date is 5/1, May 1st. So we know this all happened on May 1st. So it looks like this might be security camera footage of someone opening a door. You've got someone with a staff. Let's go to a closer up thing. You got someone in a staff shirt, and then someone else looks like they're opening the door or doing something to open the door. It's a little unclear. Doesn't seem very helpful. This looks like possibly the pier where the boat went missing. It says TDP Pier 5/2. So on the next day, looks like maybe the investigator took a photo of where the boat was docked. I don't see anything else of import there. What have we got here? It looks like someone spraying a security cam, possibly. Dressed in a mask with a knitted glove with, this looks like a snow type hat and a knitted glove, kind of winter clothing to disguise themselves. I don't see any label on this. It says Fujicolor Crystal Archive paper. So someone is in disguise blocking out security camera footage. You can't tell the race, gender, anything. Only that they've got snow clothes. Okay, then we've got an advertisement for the venue. And or Dispinite tells us that her age was 61 according to the news report. So Jenny Bills, 61 years old. I'm just going to make a note here to ourselves. How solid is the body ID? Again, we'll transfer some of these notes to digital form at some point. Let's see. Is anyone filling in the notes? No. Yes. Okay, so just to test our new system here. Someone, either Jonathan and Ann, are filling in some notes. Body cam. Chef Janet Jenny would be glad to get rid of her. She's a stingy cow. During the fire, he's skulking near the piers. Bearded guy, we're calling witness 1, was there for the show. His friends went home without him. Place was crowded. Blonde, they came out just after 8 p.m. If you could add in there the things about the barking dogs and the neighbor house and then the stolen boat, that might be nice. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. At the drinking place, here was a bill for the show. Riz Summer Haze. This may be your last chance to see Riz in a bijou setting as his career takes off. Strictly admission by ticket only. No guest list. £28, £50 front row. It's not cheap. Tickets available only via our Facebook page at the drinking place. Okay. It's another person of interest for us who is performing. We don't know why they would be involved. Okay, and here's a note we found. Debbie, please give this to Reese. He won't take my calls or emails and I'm going crazy here. Reese, I can't live without you. Please believe me, I don't know what she was up to. You are my only chance of getting away from her for good. Don't take that away from me. I want to travel the world with you. I know you don't want me there on Saturday, but I'm begging you to change your mind. What can I do to show you I'm nothing like her? I hate her so much. Call me your bunny. So this is a note to Riz. And then who is Bunny? And who is her? I want to travel the world. You don't want me there on Saturday. That might be a clue to identifying who this is. And then who is Debbie? Someone wrote a note to Debbie. Who they're not wanted there on Saturday. Bunny. Okay. Then we've got our standard sheet this time. Pretty standard, unlike our last one. Suspect, motive, and alibi. We'll put this aside. I'm going to take a break soon. Seems like we've got less documents than normal, than on our previous game. I shouldn't say than normal, but in our previous case, but there's still a lot of them. It's going to take us a while to go through them. Okay, so here it's from a cop, DC Bremer at the Metropolitan Police, to Briggs PI Services on 10 May, so 9 days after the crime. Briggsy. Thanks for agreeing to have a look at this one. You guys have been fantastic at cracking the other 2 cases we've sent your way recently. Yes, we have. So I've enclosed all the documents we currently have. It's a needle in a haystack. It seems everyone we speak to has an axe to grind with our victim, and there's no doubt she had the integrity of a rodent. But we can't have people taking matters into their own hands. There's a lot of press interest around the Riz Summerhees link. I'd be grateful if any press inquiries are routed back through our press office so we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. The same goes for updates to the next of kin, please. We have a dedicated liaison officer allocated to the daughter of the victim, and it's especially sensitive given that her dad is also a suspect. I think we've upset her already. We didn't know where she was when this incident happened, and by the time we tracked her down to her friend's address, she'd already heard about the fire and the arrest we made. She's in a mess. She told us that she had been seeing Reese, but he dumped her a couple of days before all this and told her she wasn't welcome at the gig, despite technically it being her at her home. She said her and her friends spent all day and evening watching rom-coms before the news started coming through about everything that was kicking off. Interestingly, Reese had not been in touch with her at all since this, which I find a little odd, so we're looking closely at him. Forensics couldn't find much of use due to the amount of damage the fire caused, but we do know the fire was deliberately started. No doubt about that. One other detail we are not releasing to the press is that the door to the first floor office was locked from the outside. We know this because the key was still in the outside lock of the door when rescuers went into the building. Someone locked the office door with Jenny inside, then threw petrol around the door frame and stairs before lighting it. Pretty nasty stuff. The autopsy has come back showing that she died from smoke inhalation. No obvious injuries other than the fact she's dead. Okay. That's pretty serious confirmation that someone's burned alive in a fire. You don't get smoke in your lungs if you were dead beforehand. So if you were trying to frame someone else and make it look like it was Jenny who was dead, but it wasn't, you'd have a hard time. You'd have to kill someone by fire, someone who was alive during a fire. We never did get any response from the only other residents on West Point. We've left plenty of notes asking her to get in touch, but nothing yet. We'll update you if that changes, but feel free to make your own inquiries. Good luck with this one. Okay. Checking in with the chat, it does sound like this is going to be the daughter. We're not 100% sure on that yet, but this seems like this is the daughter. I hate her. Is she talking about her mother? It sounds like it. Now, this is why this game is this series written by Catherine Thompson. Like, the writing quality of this is very good. Like, little details about them saying, like, I want us to sing from the same hymnal, like, don't get ahead of your skis. If people have inquiries about this star, go through us. If you've got inquiries about the daughter, go through us. Let's coordinate it. And when they're suspicious of someone, the writing feels right. This is sort of what we enjoyed about some of the crime dossiers. And I like the way we're getting this correspondence we're getting between police and the PI is very believable and makes it feel more immersive, like we're in a real case here. And yeah, so quite enjoyable. Okay, so her friend, so I wonder if that's going to be, I don't know. He says Riz has not been in touch with her at all, which I find a little odd. Anything else in here that was of interest to know? Yes. The door to the front office was locked from the outside. Is that what we were seeing in this photo? Is this someone locking it from the outside? I don't think so. There's two people there. Locked from the outside. So someone locked her in, left the key in there, poured petrol, burned her from inside, locked her office door. So someone had the key to the office door to do that. And then no response from the other residents on West Point. That's our barking dogs place that our PI couldn't get into. Threw petrol around the door frame. So it's petrol that was used as the accelerant, the term of art. And the person did die from smoke inhalation. Still not 100% confirmation that this is really her body, but I'm leaning towards it. Dispamonite says, can we review the body cam footage again? The flyer said the concert was at 7, but did they say they got there at 8? They said they got there a little after 8, and the body cam footage is for 8:30. So that's interesting. You are remembering correctly. So let me clarify what I think you're saying. That's interesting. They said they got there before everything started. Yet we're told here that it starts at 7, and they said they got there at 8. Although I'm trying to remember. There were 3 witnesses. One group said they got there at 8. They didn't all say when they got there. But let's make a little note. Let's make a little note for ourselves, and if we're taking digital notes, we might want to add this. That the show is scheduled to start at 7 p.m. Doesn't mean it did. Didn't mean it didn't start an hour late. And then, but body cam witness said they arrived before everything. They're sort of ambiguous, but they seem to suggest they arrived before everything at 8 p.m. So how do you reconcile those 2 statements? If they got there before the show, but they said they got there at 8, and the show was scheduled to start at 7, that's a little bit confusing, but it could be typo in the game, could be the show started late, or could be our witnesses misspoke, or maybe one witness got there at 7 and one witness has got there at 8. But we do know the fire must have been somewhere between 8 and 8:30. Okay, let's take our first 8-minute break. Maybe I'll make sure I'll update the digital notes. Anna says, I gave up on the digital notes, so I couldn't write and concentrate on new documents at the same... Oops, don't want that. That's fine. I think between breaks, maybe I'll update the documents if I can a little bit. But I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Case 3, Who Killed Jenny, of the Cold Case Investigation Unit series. If we can see if these notes are working. Okay, so Anna took some notes on the body cam and initial stuff, and I've added just some miscellaneous things for us to resolve. And then a list of suspects, which we can keep updated as we go. I like this idea of having some digital notes that I can update during the break, and we can sort of fill in as we go. I think this might be a good strategy for us. And one of the things we talked about in the Board Game Geek thread on how to improve the channel, which I invite you to visit. In the YouTube community tab, you'll find a link to the Discord channel, which isn't very active, but also the Board Game Geek Guild section for Co-op for Two. There you can join the thread and help us to discuss what games to play next. That's the Game Queue thread, but also this suggestion for ways we might improve it. And I like this idea of having some digital notes that we can maintain and update as we go, just to remind us. And maybe we'll try to find other ways to do this. And then I'll just put this out of the way when not using it. And then we'll try to do some recaps as we have additional breaks. Right now, there's not that much to do about. The daughter sounds like she has an alibi. She says she's hanging out with her friend. We tracked her down to her friend's address, so we should find out where that is. One little side issue I forgot to talk about at the beginning. So I've spent the last 10 days or so, maybe closer to 2 weeks, working on this plugin for OBS, which I'm hoping to taking a little bit longer. It's gotten better, but a little bit longer. And hopefully there'll be a video of it in the next couple of days up. And I have a very short fuse to getting frustrated. I don't get angry at people, but if I can't find my keys, if it takes me more than 5 or 10 seconds to find a pair of scissors or keys, I lose my mind and I feel like the world's ending. And occasionally when programming, like I had a couple days this last week where I just woke up and I spent 16 hours from the moment I woke up to the moment I went to sleep, just debugging some code, trying to figure out where something was going wrong. And when that happens, occasionally I'll be screaming at the computer, like loudly. And I've had neighbors come in, not while I lived here, but previous places, knock on the door and be like, is someone getting murdered in here? What's going on? And I have to explain, no, I'm here by myself. I'm just programming. But recently, this is all to lead up to my new strategy and philosophy for avoiding frustration and anger. And maybe one of you can try to employ this. And my new strategy is I imagine that there are Cthulhu-like creatures up in the sky outside my house that are just manipulating the dials on our world, on our simulated world, our simulation that we live in, purposely trying to get me, like purposely trying to drive me crazy. And somehow that keeps me from getting too frustrated. Like I think, okay, there's not a logic behind this. It's the creatures trying to trick me, trying to frustrate me, and I'm not going to give them the satisfaction. So basically, I'm waging a war here between myself and the creatures, the Cthulhu creatures in the sky, and I'm just trying not to let them win. That's my strategy. Maybe it'll help you. The reason I think it works is because otherwise I get frustrated that the logic is not, that it's not making sense, that the computer is not doing its job, that things aren't working the way they should. Now I just chalk that all up to the creatures. All right, let us get back to our story. Maybe that'll help you or not. Next document. Looks like these might be emails from Badgering Brewery, Honey Badger Ale to Jenny Bills. 21 March, so 2 months ago, a month and a half ago. Hi Jenny, great to meet you the other day, and thank you for ordering 5 barrels of my very own creation, Honey Badger Ale. I'm so very proud of this ale and happy that you see my vision for it. The 5 barrels represented all the stock I currently have. Restarting production, however, as discussed, the process takes around 6 months. I'll have those barrels delivered to you tomorrow morning along with the infographic about my secret method of brewing. As discussed, this information is commercially sensitive. I'm happy for you to describe the process in general terms as part of your customer service, but please do not let any specific details slip. I know you wouldn't copy it, but you never know the integrity of others. Please see the attached invoice, including a mate's rates discount as requested. French friends rate. As requested. This gets back to our person Jenny being a cheapskate. She negotiated a friends and family rate. And is she going to misuse the details on how it's made? Let's find out. Here she is replying to Henry. Henry, I've been having a think since our meeting, and I've decided ales are not a direction I'd like to take the business after all. So did she do it just to get information? Jenny, thanks for your email. I'm a little baffled as you seemed so keen, but of course the choice is yours. Please make payment for the 5 barrels received. 27 of March, so a week later. Here's 3 days after that. Jenny, you still have not made payment for the 5 barrels of ale ordered by yourself, nor made arrangements to return them. In fact, I'm told you are selling it as a guest ale. Would you care to explain? What the hell, Jenny? This is a month after that. Honey Beaver Ale? People love it? People love my ale, Jenny. Why are you claiming you made it? Where is your integrity? What happened to honesty? Are you seriously trying to claim my creation as your own? Pathetic. I insist you stop selling my ale immediately. You're damaging my brand, you horrendous greedy goblin. I should have listened to what everyone said about you. You have not bothered to pay me. You've also not bothered to pay me for the 5 barrels you ordered. You are leaving me no choice but to take legal action. Now Jennifer writes back 2 days later. The ball is in your court. May I suggest you reconsider your position? Legal action would cost you far more than the costs mentioned and may well consume all of the funds from your new venture. I have taught you an important lesson about business here. You shared your product and methods with me willingly. I think it perfectly natural that I would take advantage of such naivete. I'm not even charging you for the pleasure. You're welcome. Oh my God. No, I can see why people hate her. She's really nasty. You are despicable, truly rotten from the inside. I'm embarrassed for you, but you'll get what's coming to you, exactly what you deserve and more. Mark my words, and I won't even feel the slightest bit sorry for you. No one will. Is there anyone you haven't ripped off yet? You won't get away with this. Pathetic. That's 30 April. So that's 2 days before the murder. Okay, what have we got here? This is the Cold as Ice Bar weekly staff bulletin. This must be a competing bar. Team, another amazing week of trading, so a huge thanks to each and every one of you. We're now in our 3rd month and have already built a reputation for being the place to go for excellent service and value. This is all down to you guys. We couldn't do it without you. We have 2 new staff members starting this week. Please make them feel welcome. A reminder as well to you all about next week's staff barbecue to thank you for your hard work. Week beginning May 26th. Week beginning May 26th. So does this mean this is 25 days after our murder? Or are we misreading that? I see someone's name I recognize. Where is Frida? Where do I recognize Frida from? Why have I forgotten already? This guy's name is Henry. Where is Frida from? I see. The newspaper article was written by Frida Black. I wonder... It's an odd name. I'm just going to make a little note. Is Frida the newspaper writer? Okay, I don't really understand this document. It's significance at this point. These are just people who worked in this other bar. They're talking about trading. And they're in their third month. This seems like it's a month after our murder, so I don't know what's going on here. Dispamite thinks this might be a typo and that maybe this is supposed to be... Maybe this is supposed to be April 26th instead, like the week. It would make a lot more sense if... Let's see if we can try, if that we can make sense out of this. The fire happened Monday the 3rd of, the newspaper is Monday the 3rd of May. That means if our night of the fire is May 1st, it would be a Saturday, which is exactly when this is. So we know May 1st is a Saturday. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing you all this. We know May 1st is a Saturday. That's the night of our crime, is a Saturday. So if this is the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, is this our 1st of May? So I think if I had to guess that this is a typo, and this is meant to be the night of the crime here. But we'll worry about that later. We'll investigate that idea later. Next week's staff barbecue. Okay. Anna has a different theory. Anna says the two new, this could be from this could be 3 weeks after the fire, and the two new staff members could be people who used to work at the bar. That's a great theory. Two new staff members. So Anna is saying if you find the two new staff members, they might be previous members at Jenny's bar. That's a great theory. We'll come back to that. Okay, here's a witness statement from Dick Bemand, who's a bank manager. Okay, written on the day of the murder. Earlier this evening, I came to see a band play at the drinking place, West Point, Leicester. This was a ticket-only event. I got a lift here with my next-door neighbor and a friend of hers. This is another statement by the same guy who we saw in the body cam and who we have a statement of here. Spoke to witness Dick Beman. So here's his actual statement. Ticket only event, that might be important to us. Got a lift here with my next door neighbor and a friend of hers. I can't recall what time we arrived, but we had a few drinks that my friend smuggled inside in her handbag. I wasn't drunk, but was probably merry. I think it was around 7 p.m.-ish that the band started playing to build up the atmosphere in the crowd. They seemed to go on for ages, and we were all waiting for Riz Summerhaze to come out and start the show. Now he says 7 p.m. I got a bit bored of waiting, so was at the bar. I turned back, and the place seemed to be full of smoke. I think Riz was on stage by this time, but only just. This is suggesting the fire might be 7 p.m. I wonder if they misspoke in the body cam and said 8 when they should have said 7. I thought it was fake smoke machine at first, and then people started struggling to breathe and there was screaming. I got outside with a whole crowd of people, made my way to the garden. That's when I saw the chef from the pub. I think his name is Mark or Martin. He was standing down at the pier by some beer barrels. It struck me as bizarre that he was just standing there looking out over the river towards town. I don't think there was anyone with him. That's all I can say. Band started at 7, Riz was at 8. 7 p.m. the band started playing. It goes on for ages. We were all waiting for Riz to come out and start the stage. Riz was on stage by this time. Only just. So if we want to pinpoint the time the smoke started, it was just when this guy got on stage. Maybe by 8 p.m. All right, look at this. Here's a document of divorce, it looks like. Divorce dissolution judicial separation petition. 19th of April, so 10 days before the murder. Jennifer Edna Bills, Drinking Hook Place Bar. Martin Wesley Bills is the petitioner. That's our chef Martin. I apply for a divorce on the ground that the marriage has been broken down irretrievably. Here are the facts to support my application. The respondent has behaved in such a way that the petitioner cannot reasonably be expected to live with the respondent. Statement of case. See the supporting notes for guidance. In 2017, my wife and I purchased our current business. My wife had all the original features ripped out of the building, having decided they would be too expensive to restore. This led to outcry from the local community, and we were issued a financial penalty. From 2018, while trying to run our restaurant, I found that my wife had emptied our business and joint account and refused to allow me any funds to purchase ingredients or equipment. As a result, we lost significant trade opportunities. I guess trade is business. I was remarking that it sounded weird when they mentioned it in the other document, but it just means business. They lost business because she won't spend any money. And she refused to allow me any funds to purchase ingredients for equipment. My reputation as a chef was damaged. My wife refused to discuss her behavior. Whenever challenged by herself or her child, she would lock us in various rooms. Until she decided to let us out. That's weird. All doors in our home business have locks at her insistence. In 2016, our daughter broke her leg escaping from a locked room. Weird. My wife has begun refusing to pay household or business bills despite controlling our finances. I have had to borrow money from family to ensure suppliers are paid so that business can continue. My wife tries to claim everyone else's ideas as her own. It's embarrassing, desperate, and causes unnecessary harm to my livelihood and relationships with local individuals. Okay, Motoon Records, 23 Main Street, Newcastle. Deborah, here's a Debbie. And this would make sense that Debbie is being written to get in touch with Rees, because this looks like a person who knew Rees. So Debbie, please give this to Rees. And here's Deborah, who represents Rees. Dear Mrs. Sulman, I'm writing in relation to our recent signing of your client, Rees Summerheath, to our label Motoon Records. We have listened extensively to the demo discs you sent over and are excited to map out this talented singer's future with us. We're also getting in touch to confirm our telephone conversation of earlier today. As discussed, we also represent a global superstar, Beyonce, who is about to arrive in the UK as part of her world tour. Her support act have been unable to secure a visa to enter the UK, and we feel Rees would be a great alternative. So Rees' star is blowing up. I'm very grateful you were able to arrange a small performance for us to come along and check him out live. I know he'll be a great fit with Motoon. This is merely part of our due diligence before we recommend him to Beyonce. Please do come back to us if you have any questions or concerns, and we look forward to meeting you on Saturday, May 1st. Edith Brown Bear at Motoon Records. Okay, so this person is writing to the manager of Rees saying, yes, as we agreed, we're going to come by on May 1st to this show just to check out if this person is good enough to headline this amazing giant show. So if someone wanted to sabotage that person, didn't want him to leave town, etc., maybe you would burn down his show to stop these people from signing him and picking him up. So we think Deborah is now from Motoon. No, she's not from Motoon Records, but this is Deborah Sulman, Rees' manager. And maybe we can start collecting some of these. This will be our Rees section. Okay, environmental protection noise nuisance diary sheet. So remember, these were people complaining about noise from this bar restaurant. So complaining about the drinking place, the occupants are Jenny and Martin Bills, being complained about. Your address, Riverview 1 West Point. This sounds like the neighbor of the house we can't find. I believe this is the person who's not opening the door, unless I've misunderstood. Riverview West Point. Let's confirm that's the address. Yep, look at this. Attended number 1 West Point, no answer. So this person is Saris Talbot. That name sounds familiar already. Filed noise complaint. So this might be another suspect for her. We've seen that name before too. I believe we have. I'm trying to remember in what capacity we saw that name. There's no Talbot here. We'll have to find it. You guys will find it for me. I think maybe it was in the newspaper. I think it was in the newspaper. Let's see. She's 62 years old. The venue, She claimed there was a misunderstanding. We've got a conservation officer, Judy. Yeah, here we go. Noise complaints. Neighbor, Saris Talbot. So the noise complaint was noted here, and that actually got the fine succeeded. And here she is keeping track. Like, these documents are so nice. So look what happens. You go to the police, you're making noise complaints, and they say, okay, here's a piece of paper. It's a diary. I want you to keep note of all your complaints. All the times you hear noise, you keep a diary of it so that when we have to actually file the complaint, we've got documentation. So Saris Talbot has taken these notes in their handwriting in case it's important. Leads up to the day of the murder. It's just the 2 days before, Friday the 30th and Saturday the 31st. 10 a.m. to 11:30, Jenny shrieking at the top of her voice. Where was it heard? Everywhere, indoors and out. How did the noise affect you? Disturbed my reading and gave me a headache. 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. that night, loud music from pub after hours. Remember, she agreed to keep quiet in the evening. Everywhere, could not escape it. It's driving me crazy. She should be shut by now. I can't sleep. I can't eat. My blood pressure going haywire. Midnight, people shouting and cars beeping their horns. Where was there? Everywhere. She should have shut the pub an hour ago. She does what she wants. Why do I bother? Here's the morning of the event. 10 a.m. Once again, Jenny starts off the day screaming at her staff. Where can it hurt? Everywhere. I'm close to snapping here. Why won't she shut up? This is making me ill. 5 p.m. to 5:30, more shouting and screaming. I'm sure she's doing this on purpose to wind me up. Okay, here we go. 6:30 p.m., slightly before the band started playing. Loud music, much louder than permitted levels, but will you do anything? She's mad at the cops now, too, this person, Saris Talbot. Everywhere, my windows are rattling. Do you know what? I've had it. Here I am writing all this down and you do nothing about it. Well, I'm going over there and I'll sort it out once and for all. You see if I don't. I'm going over there. So Saris Talbot at 6:30 p.m. says she's going over there. Fire started an hour and a half later. So, or whenever she started, an hour later. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, let's continue. Here's another witness statement by Tej Mavani, a student, in the day after the murder. I am Tej. I'm a student at Leicester Uni, and I occasionally work at the drinking place for a bit of extra cash when there's an event on. I have been asked by police to describe the movements of Martin Bills, who is the chef at TDP, the drinking place, TDP, and Jenny Bills, who is the owner. On Saturday, 1st May, I was working at TDP in the cloakroom, hanging people's coats and giving them a ticket. The pub was packed with people, but I wasn't especially busy as most folks were in and getting ready for the show. Around 6 p.m.-ish, I saw Martin going down to the cellar. This isn't unusual as he sorts out the changing of the barrels. I know he opened the external cellar doors because there was a real draft coming along the corridor, but I don't know what he was doing. Jenny Bills was in her office from about 5:45 p.m. I know this as I just arrived to work and was chatting to Carol, one of the bar staff. I wonder, just for the fun of it, if this is consistent with Anna's theory that the bar staff moved over. Okay, no Carol here. Jenny shouted at us that she didn't pay us to stand around talking, which was ridiculous as both Carol and I start work at 6 p.m., so she wasn't paying us at that point anyway. There's no point trying to reason with her, so I didn't reply, and she marched off to lock herself into the office. I didn't see her again. This isn't unusual. Whenever there's a busy night expected, she locks herself up there and watches us all on CCTV. She's never one to come and help if we're busy, but we know she's watching as the cameras move around. So she's got CCTV and she can angle them. The safe and computer equipment with the CCTV hub is all in the main office. I don't know who has keys to get in, but I imagine it's only the Bills family. Husband Martin, Jenny, and daughter, possibly. The keys are not kept in any communal place that I know of. That's interesting. There is a covert camera facing the door so Jenny knows who's outside and can decide if she wants to open it or ignore us. Sounds like you can't get in unless Jenny sees you on the camera and buzzes you in. She thinks we don't know it's there, but I think all of us staff know about it. Generally, we just try to stay away from her. So a covert camera, secret camera, but the staff know about it. She can see if you're outside and whether she wants to open it and let you in. Martin came up from the cellar around 6:30. 6 p.m. he goes down to the cellar, comes up at 6:30. The bar was so busy, it was too full really, and the queue for drinks was huge. He saw this and told me to close the cloakroom desk and come help serve drinks. We both went to the main bar and got busy helping out. We got through the backlog and Martin told me he was popping out for a smoke. I'm not sure of the time, but it was literally a couple minutes before the lights went down and the band started. So this would be slightly before 7 p.m. according to our other witness about when the band started. I'm not sure the time, but we think that makes it around 7 p.m. I watched him walk out the back door to the outside. He wouldn't have been able to come back through the door as it can only be opened from the inside. I didn't see him go anywhere other than out the back door, and I don't think I saw him come back before the place filled up with smoke. So this guy is saying he left around 7 p.m. for a smoke and didn't come back until he didn't see him come back until the place filled up with smoke an hour later. Interesting. I wonder how old the noise complaint woman is, and if she happens to be near 62 years old. Something to consider. Commercial lease agreement. Here we go. 10th of May. So this is after 9 days after our murder. Made between H. Goodkid and Martin Bills. So this is the husband leasing a new restaurant space. The lessor is the owner and makes available for lease the property with all the improvements, its accessories, and extensions. What are extensions? Not extensions, accessions. Can someone look up that word? A-C-C-E-S-S-I-O-N-S. Accessions. Accessions and accessories. I wonder if it's the opposite of accessory, like the things that are not considered accessories, the things that are built in. Consisting of the first floor 40 cover bar and restaurant space with commercial kitchen, residential premises situated above, to second floor combination consisting of 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, lounge, and terrace situated at 12 Long Street. Sounds like a nice place. The lessor offers the premises to the lessee for lease, and the lessee desires to lease the premises from the lessor for the term and upon the covenants, conditions, and provisions herein set forth. Wherefore and for in the consideration of the foregoing premises, the parties agree to as follows. The lessor hereby leases the premises to the lessee for a minimum of 12 months beginning 10 May. Yes, remember, made effective. It's not signed, though, but maybe they made this agreement before the murder. We don't know. Beginning 10 of May for the next year, £1,800 a month. Can renew for 6 months after the expiration. Exercise such option by notice 30 days prior to the expiration. The lessor must at all times allow the lessor access to the ground floor and basement, where the lessor maintains a microbrewery. Oh, this is going to be Henry. Interesting. This is our beer guy who had the email exchange with Jenny, is the guy leasing the place to Martin. Access via the front door. This is Henry. Access via the front and rear is required at all times. The lessee will ensure the premises are kept tidy, clear of any property which would impede the lessor's access. So Henry still wants to come in and out to access his brewery. Lessee shall use the first floor of the leased premises exclusively for commercial purposes only, the second floor for residential purposes only. Moreover, the leased premises shall not be used for the purpose of storing, manufacturing, or selling chemicals, explosives, flammables, or other dangerous substance or device without the consent of the lessor. Okay, so now we've got a statement from Deborah Suleiman. Remember, she's going to be the manager of Reese. In fact, she says right here, she's a talent manager, is her occupation. 3rd of May, 2 days after the murder. I am the business manager for Reese Summerhees. Reese is a great singer and has just been offered a contract with Motoon Records, which will see his career skyrocket. Motoon called me around a week ago asking for Reese's availability to open for Beyoncé on the UK leg of her tour. This is potentially huge for Reese, and we quickly sorted out an informal gig at a local pub which is owned by Reese's girlfriend's parents. So yes, according to her, his girlfriend is the daughter. Although we've seen a note to suggest they were on the skids. We decided to keep the gig secret and only invite a few locals and friends. This was all agreed with owner Martin Bills, who had been happy as it would be good publicity for the pub. He's always keen to give back to the community after the fuss they caused when they took over the place. But a day or so after all this had been agreed, I got a phone call from Reese. He was furious. He told me that Jenny Bills has hijacked his free gig and is selling tickets via her drinking place Facebook page. So it's supposed to be free. I tried to speak to Jenny, but she would not listen to reason. She kept insisting that she was within her right to charge for entry and she is not running a charity. She also refused to share any of the proceeds, insisting that we had agreed he would sing for free. I was stunned at the sheer greed of the woman. I made a huge effort to locate another venue, but at such short notice we had no choice. She even made me buy tickets for the record company execs. The only positive from this whole episode is Reese finally broke up with his girlfriend Katie. So Katie is her name. She's a bad influence. I don't know if we already knew the daughter was Katie. Maybe we did. She's a bad influence on him. She sent me a letter to give him. That's the letter we got early on. And now we've got confirmation that that was the letter sent to her. Where did I put it? I thought I put it. So now we know that that is indeed the letter Bunny is Katie, who is the daughter. Let's try to write that a little better so you guys can see it when we need to refer to it. Okay, we know the daughter's name is Katie. We know she's the daughter. She also goes by Bunny. Okay. So Reese decided to break up with her after this whole thing. She sent me a letter to give him, but I didn't want anything to distract him from his performance, so it's still in my car. After she gave this witness statement, the police went and got it, and here it is. This Bamite says, I looked on a rental website. It describes accessions as items that are affixed to the customer's leased or financed assets. So there you go. There's a little term of art for you from business property. Accessories are the items that could be picked up and taken out, and the lease is saying the accessories are included. And the accessions are the opposite, the items that are fixed to the property. Nice. Accessions. Okay, we learned a new word. Accessions and accessories. Okay, she's continuing her statement here. I drove Reese to the pub and we arrived at 6:20-ish. Reese was in a bit of a state. He was still really angry about the whole thing and a bit nervous about the show. He really didn't want to be there. He didn't even bother getting dressed up. He insisted on wearing a scruffy hoodie, woolly hat, and jeans. Is that the security camera? Is that what we're seeing in the security camera? Scruffy hoodie, woolly hat. Let me just remind you. Is that what we're seeing here? A woolly hat and a scruffy hoodie? Jeans? You really can't tell, but okay, something to consider. We had a few shots of vodka to calm his nerves. I went outside to take a call from the record company guys. When I left, Reese was chatting to one of the barmaids. It was causing a bit of a backlog at the bar, but neither of them seemed to notice. When I came back in a few minutes later, remember that we're told by the other witness statement how there was a backlog. This is bringing us the other side of that. Guess why there was a backlog that the other witness told us? It's because Reese, the superstar, is chatting up the barmaid. So we might be able to, we could lock that timeline by comparing it to our previous witness statement. The bar was so busy, it was too full really. The queue for drinks was huge. That was around 6:30 p.m. maybe. So maybe 6:30 p.m. from this correlating it with this statement. When I came back in a few minutes later, Reese wasn't where I left him. I wasn't really worried. It wasn't where I left him. I wasn't really worried until just before 7 p.m. as he was supposed to be on stage at 7. By the time it had been a good 10 minutes since I'd seen him. All of a sudden, he reappeared from the direction of the main door. But I know he hadn't gone outside, as security would have seen him. He made his way to the stage, and no sooner had he started singing than the place filled with smoke. Okay, so he reappeared from the direction of the main door, but he hadn't gone outside, she says. The place was crammed with people screaming and panicking. It was a real struggle to get out, but once we were out in the car park, I got Reese into my car and we left. After all that fuss, the record company scouts didn't even get there. The call I took was that the bridge was up and they were stuck on the mainland, so they were running late. The bridge was up. Was the bridge up because someone took out a boat that needed the bridge to be up because of the stolen boat? I wonder. Or is this someone somehow keeping them from even getting there? Seems unlikely. Okay, we've got an autopsy report here. Now we're going to find out if this really is the body of Jenny. Okay, special circumstance, nothing special. Jennifer Edna Bills. We've got her date of birth. She's 61 years old, described here. 66 inches, blue eyes, blonde hair. It's her natural teeth. No facial hair. Identified by the daughter, Katie. Place of death, the drinking place. Found or pronounced by fire services, death caused by smoke inhalation. According to the reported information, the decedent is a 61-year-old white female with no underlying health conditions. The decedent was last seen alive on Saturday at 6 p.m. by staff. She was observed going up to the first floor office at the location. The decedent was the licensee and owner of the premises, which also served as residential accommodation for the decedent, her former husband and business partner Martin Bills, and daughter Katie Bills. The venue was hosting a ticket-only musical event on the 1st of May between 6:45 and 7 p.m. Persons unknown accessed the first floor corridor where the decedent's office is located. The suspect used spray paint to cover the CCTV camera, located outside of the office door. That's our photograph. It's weird that it's in the autopsy report instead of on a police report. Wouldn't you think that would be something that would be in the police report and not the autopsy report? Accelerant was then used on the office door and stairwell floor, which was later ignited. The scene has been almost completely destroyed by fire and the water used by fire crews. The entire building is in a state of collapse. No forensic examination possible. Suffocation by smoke inhalation. That's important. They weren't dead before the fire. Rigor mortis, liver mortis, and liver temperature combined. I don't know how you get good liver temperature if they've been in a fire. But maybe they were just smoke, not fire damage to the body. Combined with witness testimony suggests a time of death between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Okay, that's consistent with all of our witness statements. Fire crews recovered the decedent from the building around 8 p.m. whilst the fire at the premises was briefly under control. It was noted that the door to the office containing the decedent was locked from the outside, with key remaining in the lock, preventing the decedent from inserting her own key. Preventing the decedent from inserting her own key from the inside. So it's saying that she still may have had a key. It would be nice if they clarified whether they found a key on her. But they're saying the fact that there was another key on the outside would have prevented her from using her key. Did not appear to have suffered any external injury. Okay, and then we've got a diagram. It would be nice if it provided a larger version of this. We remember this, though this is just telling us the condition of rigor mortis in these different limbs. Nothing important here, no injuries external to the body. Does not say how, it does say. So she was identified by the daughter. This is important. So she wasn't burned up. She died of smoke inhalation, not of fire burns. So body is intact, probably. Otherwise it would be described. So I'm reading this to say her body was intact. The daughter identified her. Even if you would imagine that the daughter was in on some plot, if her body wasn't burned up, anyone could have identified her. So you're not going to be able to fake the body. So this is definitely her, I believe, is the conclusion I make. This is not some extra faked death thing. Okay, now we've got a little newsletter from the local town. It's like a second newspaper. West Leicestershire Villages, June 2020 edition. So this is a year before the murder. Dear reader, another busy month for us in the west of Leicestershire. We hope this update will keep you informed on what is happening in your community. Please let us know if you would like anything included in future editions, and this is made by Josie Capps, the community mobilizer. Stop the press. Barrett Village is an award winner. Barrett Village Event Group have been awarded the Best Kept Village Award for a second year running. Group leader Julian Squires accepted the award on behalf of the village and thanked villagers for continuing to take pride in their surroundings. Litter is only dropped by savages, he stated. I'm glad to know there are no savages in Bharat. Trusted traders. Do you have a business and provide services you think other residences living in our community may find useful? Would you like to advertise your business in our newsletter and become one of our first trusted traders? If so, drop us a line. Moorings. West Point Car Park staff would like to remind boat owners to securely tie their vessels using the supplied posts. Chain and padlock sets are now available. Please see staff for details. Upcoming events. There's a police beat officer surgery at Bellevue Community Center. Officer surgery. Police beat officer surgery. I don't know what that is. That must be some term for something. Siblin Village Carnival, all day at the Siblin Village Green, rides, stalls, and displays. July 4th, West Leicestershire Open Gardens Trail, maps of participating addresses available online. Important announcement, the drinking place at West Point has made another application to vary its license. Full details of this can be found on the licensing website along with details of how to object. Details of the last application can be found on page 2. So this is the community is organizing themselves against this bar. Planning news. Barry Holmes submitted an application to demolish a residence at 23 Backs Lane and replace it with 2 3-story dwellings. The application was given outline permission subject to environmental surveys being completed. The drinking place applied to extend opening hours to midnight on Thursday through Sunday. An objection was raised by neighbor Saris Talbot, there's our neighbor again, who told the committee that the changes would result in further public nuisance and cause crime in the area. She stated that her property already suffers from noise pollution and she has to keep her windows closed all year round to avoid inhaling cigarette smoke. This is so realistic in terms of neighbor complaints about bars and restaurants and communities involved in complaining and objecting. A representative from the pub denies Talbot's claims, stating that it is her causing noise pollution rather than the pub. She stated the only problem around here is her dogs barking constantly. When do they bark? They bark whenever she leaves the house. Whenever she leaves the house. Until the moment she returns home. So, there's a clue that when the police arrived at 8:30 p.m., the body cam police who heard the barking, that means that the neighbor was gone. Let's write that down. That is a big clue. So I'm going to write down the dogs bark when neighbor is out and stop when back. That's a pretty big clue. The licensing panel refused the application, so they said no. You cannot keep your hours open later. She doesn't look like she cared. We ran our event, it's news. We ran our event on 29 May at Tadpole Academy, and we had over 150 people attend. So thank you very much if you came along. We had people painting butterflies and making bug hotels with our community partner, Renovate, plus growing and planting advice from Grow Your Greens. It was a great day, and in all we raised £437 to add to our Area Improvements Committee fund. Allotment program. The construction of the allotments will commence mid-June with the first plots available shortly after, just in time to get your winter veg planted or perhaps cut a flower garden. Anybody interested in taking a plot or working as part of a cooperative, please do let me know. Each plot will be provided with a shed and a bottle of sherry. In the community travel voucher, each resident of our community is entitled to a £50 travel voucher toward the cost of a bicycle, cycling equipment, or a 4-week bus travel pass. If you would like a voucher, please get in touch. Ale news. Exciting times for local ale producer Henry Goodkid, who has seen sales of his Greedy Goblin Stout soar. Henry has been in touch to let us know he will be soon opening up his brewery for tours and tasting sessions. We can't wait. So she stole Henry's stuff and started selling it, and then he was later forced to lease out his property to the husband. That's weird. Join our committee. We're planning to open our doors to new members of our committee from next month. Applicants must be residents of the area and able to commit 4 hours per week minimum to committee work. Okay. Getting near the end of these documents. So here's police incident list from the day of the murder. Date and time. So this is May 1st. May 1st at 6:30 p.m. So the first incident is logged at 6:30. It's a 999 call. 13 Hilltop. Caller reported car accident outside his house. 2 cars versus a bus. Ambulance needed. Possible drunk driver. Accident report completed. 4 injured parties taken to hospital. Around the same time, they get a non-emergency line call. Dog is missing from her back garden. Black staffy with red collar answers to name Isabel. M. Hawthorne on Sanctuary Road. 6:32, R. Espinoza, non-emergency call. Neighbor's burglar alarm keeps going off, causing noise disturbance. No sign of break-in, residents on holiday. I wonder if we have a map. We do have a map. Okay, so we are actually given a map of this area. So where is our bar here? It's on West Point Road. So somewhere here is our bar. I was just trying to look at it for our other calls to see if there's stuff that's happening nearby. So the call on Sanctuary Road, which isn't even on our map. Alexandria Place isn't even on our map. Oceanside, don't even see it. Large group of children hanging around the park. Pelletier. Caller reported male believed to be drunk, getting into car, driving along Terminus Crescent with the license plate. Possible drunk. Alert issued. And there's a 999 call at 6:39. These are all happening in close succession. Fight outside Hunter's Lodge. Neighbors having domestic argument at 6:40. Woodbury Road. Caller reported near miss at West Point Bridge. Yellow Mini sped through barriers and crossed bridge as it was lifting. Direction of travel city down. No license plate captured due to speed. White roof Okay, so here's something near our area, West Point Bridge. At 6:49 p.m. Shoplifter detained in Tesco. Okay, this Benite said I checked out the Facebook page for the drinking place. All right, well, you're getting ahead of us. We try not to. Don't go too far ahead of me because you'll give away information we haven't found yet. Careful with going off on your own. All right. Call reported children knocking on doors, running away. States it is scaring her young children. Herschel Street, caller's off-duty paramedic reporting female, 70 years, lying unconscious in West Point car park. This is near our scene of the crime. This is at 6:53 p.m. No obvious signs of injury, weak pulse, not sure she is breathing. I wonder if this isn't our neighbor. This could be our neighbor if it's at the West Point car park, which is 2. This is the car park near the bridge. Collected by paramedics. Then we've got argument with partner refusing to leave property. Isabel has returned home. This was the missing dog has come back. Dog warden has been updated. Fire at the drinking place. Okay, here's the call came in at 7:08. 7:08 is the fire. So fire started around 7. T-Dog, whoever that means. Whoever it's called in is called T-Dog. Don't know what that's about. Fire crews en route, all available units to respond. Duplicate report of fire. Okay, so someone else called. Same time reporting a fire. Again, another person reporting fire, but we have 2 caller names. A T-Dog and a B. Etta. This may be one of our witnesses. Caller requesting officers assist her to recover her coat from TDP cloakroom. She wants it before it burns. Advice given. So Jay Williams wants the police to help her get her coat. They gave advice. She called back after they hung up. Caller complained about call taker who's unwilling to help her get her coat from burning building. Advice given. So she said, fuck off, lady. We got a fire. We got bigger things to complain about. She called back and said, I want to make a complaint about the person who took my call. Okay, here's a radio call at 7:14. Officers arrived at West Point. Fire declared major incident. Crowds warned to leave the area to make way for fire crews. More resources needed. Okay. Imogene Wine. This is our caller about the stolen boat. At 7:36 p.m. Here's our stolen boat. Caller reporting a motorboat missing from its moorings off West Point Bridge car park, right where the 70-year-old woman was found passed out. I know you can't read that stuff, but we got a woman passed out here and then a boat stolen. So maybe someone, I don't know, wants to know if police may have borrowed it regarding the fire over the bridge. Caller very concerned as boat has a crack to the hull, which will split as any weight is carried on board. Airwaves inquiry made with no response from officers on scene. Advised caller it is unlikely police have taken their boat. I like that. That's a very little bit of realism, a little bit of like very subtle detail. Like she thinks maybe the police borrowed it. Okay, so 37 Barrow Road. And then in our investigation booklet, we have the report about the stolen boat. Do we have an address here? Yes. Flag down member of public, Miss Wine. Complained her boat is missing. Same Imogene Wine, 37 Barrow Road. Do we have that on the map? We don't have Barrow Road on the map, but we know where it is. We know it must be right near the bridge. All right. Wonderful. Wonderful little police report. All right, here's our map. We'll be referring to this as need be, and we might mark other things. We've got the address of Rees Summerhays. We've got the address of Henry, the brewery guy. Here's where the daughter was, 14 Averbarn Avenue. So here's daughter. Remember, the daughter was at her friend's house. They said they found her at her friend's house. Badger Brewery, Cold as Ice Bar. Remember, we have the Cold as Ice Bar work log people. We'll have to come back to that. All right, let's take a break. Let's take another 8-minute break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Has anyone identified my new tea mug here? It's a little mystery for you to solve since it's on screen for such a short period of time. All right, so let's catch up with the chat and recap. There's some theories being bandied about here. I think there's a nail in the coffin of the idea that it's not really Jenny who's dead. It just seems like you couldn't ID that body if it wasn't burned. You can't get away with a fake ID. But then we're talking about other theories that it's the neighbor who killed her. I think we're going to find that the neighbor is passed out, is the 70-year-old woman passed out in the parking lot and taken to the hospital. If that's true, she's found in the parking lot at 6:53 p.m. and taken to the hospital. So that's a very good alibi. That's a solid, complete alibi for whoever this woman is. I think it's going to turn out to be our neighbor, Talbot, who complains. But I'm not sure. But that would be an alibi for her. Jonathan was reminding us that the singer appears from a weird area of the stage right before the fire breaks out. So he is a very good candidate for me. So far, he's my best candidate, although his motive seems weakest because he's about to become a star. He's angry and he's a little bit drunk, but I don't think you start a fire. Yeah, I don't think you start a fire in person. And then we've got the person spray paint, although he was possibly dressed in the right clothing for who did the spray paint. But how did he get spray paint? That's a little weird. I almost, my gut puts the brewery guy maybe as the biggest suspect in my mind, but I'm not sure. Jonathan says The fact that she's locked in with the key means it has to be the ex-husband, daughter, or daughter's boyfriend, someone who could have keys and knows she locks people in the room. That's a very good point. The workers say the only people who have keys are the family members, not even the staff gets keys. So that would make it the daughter or the ex-husband. And the ex-husband is acting fishy. We don't have a great motive for the ex-husband, though. The ex-husband seems to have been divorcing her anyway. It's not clear why he would have to kill her. Blake says, my money is on the daughter, the only one with the real motive. Does the daughter have a good motive? What's the daughter's motive? Just teenage angst, angry at the mother. What's her real motive there? It's just anger. She doesn't have anything to really gain by killing off the mother. She's going to live with the father anyway. I don't see how she has motive. She's also got a pretty good alibi hanging out with her friend across town. We haven't verified that alibi yet. But I don't think the daughter has a great motive, just angry at her mother. Dispomite says, didn't the bartender say the ex-husband left and didn't come back when the fire happened? He said he left to go out back, have a smoke, and he didn't see him until after the fire, or didn't see him come back before the fire. But that doesn't tell us too much. Anna says, my theory is a fake breakup. Jenny was abusing Katie, broken leg while escaping, hijacked the free performance, didn't want Katie involved, so broke up with her and told her not to come that night. Interesting. The daughter could have written that note as a fake breakup and is just setting up an alibi. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure I buy it, but let's continue reading our evidence, and we're almost done. We just got a couple more to go, and then we will try to put together our theories. So here's some text messages from the drinking place staff. Leslie says, you can go to hell, Jenny. Why should I give you 10% of my tips? You do nothing to earn them. Every time we see one of these workers, I think of Jonathan's theory of the workers getting new jobs at the competing restaurant. So here's Leslie, a worker, and look at that. We do have a Leslie now working at this bar. Oops, not Louise. So I think Jonathan might be right that this is not a typo, but that we've got two new staff members, and Leslie moved over to this new bar. I wonder if it wasn't one of these people, staff members. Okay. You do nothing to earn them. You don't even pay minimum wage. Jenny says, may I remind you that without my bar, you wouldn't be earning tips, so let's hear no more arguments. In fact, I'm increasing my fee to 25%. If you don't like it, you know where the door is. Leslie, you no longer work here as of now. I don't want the rest of you speaking to Leslie any longer. She has been sacked. This woman, Jenny, is so cutthroat. She's like doing things just to do them. She's being mean just to be mean. Leslie says, seriously, Jenny? Are we at school now? Okay, I was leaving anyway. You can forward my wages to me. Good luck getting those wages. Leslie leaves the group chat. Oh, it's a group chat. Ken says, so, are we all going to just sit back and take this, really? Jenny, you are the greediest person I have ever met. You know what 25% of nothing is? Why should we strive to earn tips just to hand them to you? Is there anyone you won't rip off? Jenny says, okay, Ken, I accept that message as your resignation. To the rest of you, don't speak with Ken or Leslie. They no longer work here. Jenny removed Ken from the group. Joe says, Jenny, we are all adults. I don't think you can tell us who or who not to speak to. Jenny, if you want to keep your job, I can. If I catch any of you disobeying me, you'll get the chop too. Here it is. Continuing. Let's see. When was this? Do we have a date here? I don't see a date here, but I do see a date here. Friday, 23rd April. So a week before the murder. Work Sets You Free is the name of the chat channel, I guess. Leslie says, sorry guys, I couldn't put up with her bull any longer. Oh, here, this was the TDP staff chat, and this is the like separate chat that the workers have that Jenny's not allowed in. Sorry guys, I just couldn't put up with her bull any longer. The woman is a nightmare. I've already got a new job. Yes, she's going to be working at the competitor place. Jonathan was right. God, I hate her so much. Ken says, woohoo, I just quit as well. Feels amazing. So Ken is the other worker. All right, that was a very good catch by Jonathan, that this isn't a typo. There's the two workers that switched straight over to the cold as ice bar. Okay. I just quit as well. Feels amazing, says Ken. Joe, oh no, I can't believe it. I can't cope there without you guys. Just quit, says Leslie. The cold as ice bar is still hiring. That's the bar. I'll put in a good word for you all. Ken, yes, please, mate. I'm headed down there later today. Sarah says, they definitely still looking for staff? I can't work for Jenny a minute longer. Leslie says, yes, 100%. Why don't we murder Jenny? Then we can all take over and run the place like proper business. Well, this is just venting, but totally realistic venting. Ken says, we could lay a trail of coins leading her off a cliff. She'd be so focused on the money, she'd walk right off. Haha, yeah. Or maybe just leading her into a wood chipper. Joe says, behave you guys. She'll get her comeuppance in the end. Oh, what about leading her into a pool of piranhas? Leslie says they'd spit her out. Too chewy. Who'll give me an alibi if she does end up getting killed? Ken says, yep, I will. And then someone comes on Sunday, the day after the murder. Guys, delete this conversation, guys. Ken says, Les, what did you do? It's so good. I gotta say, the writing of this author, Catherine Thompson, in terms of capturing the voice of real people with some humor and the kind of sarcasm and joking around and sort of informal way people talk depending on their station in life and job, is some of the best writing and dialogue that we've seen in any of these games. I mean, she really does a good job of capturing like the informal banter of people. Just really, really feels real. All of these text messages that we see in all of these three cases, they all feel real. All right. The emails, the text messages, they all feel real. Okay, we've got another map, a close-up. Aha. Look at this. Lots of nice, there's a couple maps in this case that are quite enjoyable. So there's the drinking place, there's the coat room, the bar, the kitchen, the cellar, the staircase to Jenny's office. And there's Riverview, and these look like hedges, and there's the pier where the husband is seen. Well, not immediately clear how that's useful to us, but let's continue on. Workers were working at the Cold as Ice the night of the murder. No, I don't think so. No, I think that's a month. I think that's still a month later, don't we think? Or we think... Oh, yeah, maybe it is a typo. So I guess they leave, and she says, I got a job on 23rd of April. So this is 26th of April. So yeah, I think maybe this is still a typo. But the idea is sound. So we still think this is April. And here they are working. But if this is Saturday, then Leslie's working the bar. And Ken is working. Leslie and Ken are both working the bar. Okay, well, those text messages were clearly joking around about murder anyway, so I didn't really suspect them. Okay, this is our last report here from the Leicestershire Police. An incident report on the day after at 8:09 a.m. Caller Susan Goodkid reporting her son Henry is missing. This is our brewer. Having failed to return home last night, very out of character for him as he likes to be in bed by 10. Is it because he stole that boat and it sunk? She is called his mobile and is apparently unreachable, which tells her something must have happened to him. Henry has been acting unstable recently following a dispute with a local businesswoman who stole his product and is selling it as her own creation. Henry has taken it badly, suffering with depression as a result. He won't have taken his medication last night. Her last contact with Henry was as he left the Real Ale Festival in town last night. We might want to track down where that was and see if he got into one of those accidents. Ah, yes, look, here's the license plate. Okay, good. We're going to be able to track this down to a police incident. He called, saying he would be late home as he was on his way to West Point to right a wrong. She says she tried to talk him out of it. He's hung up and now he's missing. Last seen wearing brown corduroy trousers, a yellow shirt, and a blue striped tank top. Further call from Susan Goodkid. A neighbor has called to tell her that Henry's car is parked in the West Point car park. No sign of Henry. Okay. Well, that's fascinating. So let's remark on something pretty cool. It's actually quite a nice moment that we are. We've now finished going through all the documents, right? I think Henry is going to turn out to take the boat. But let's pause for a minute and appreciate something. We've read all the documents now. We quite carefully read them, noted things that looked interesting, and we don't know what happened. Right? We haven't visited the Facebook page of the bar yet. We'll do that shortly. But, we haven't read the newspaper. We haven't read the newspaper. Yes, good. But effectively, we've been through the documents and doesn't jump out at us what happened. So we have to now go through them with a fine-tooth comb and really understand it. But that's pretty cool. That's actually quite unexpected, at least for me. I thought by the time we got to the end of these documents, we were going to have a solid guess at what happened. And the fact that we don't is pretty cool. All right, let us go through the one thing. There's two things we haven't looked at yet. We haven't read through the newspaper. We haven't studied lots of documents yet, the maps and everything. We'll do that, obviously. But we also haven't read the newspaper. And we haven't visited the Facebook page that she says you can buy tickets at. All right, let's read through the newspaper. So here's our main story. We already read this, so let's just quickly scan through it. Fire broke out soon after the singer took to the stage. Jenny was locked in her office and died of smoke inhalation. It was a former boathouse, purchased in 2017. We know she had lots of trouble with the community. Conservation officer encouraged prosecution. We know she's a terrible person. We know the husband blames her for bad reputation, but we also know he was planning to start his new place. The neighbor, Sarah Talbot, has been firing noise complaints. She previously got them to impose new limits on her. And we know she was being driven crazy by the noise, but we don't know the age of her. Okay. Let's see. It looks like we might have more articles on our person. Despite the constant rain forecast for the weekend, record numbers of ale fans flocked to the town's ale festival. Here's our ale festival, held in Abbey Park on Saturday. So it's this actual day of the murder. There's our ale festival, which we know Henry attended. With scenes more like Glastonbury than Abbey Park, the event began at 11 a.m., culminated with a series of awards presented to local producers. Best Organic Ale, Best Winter Ale, Best Summer Ale, Best Bottled Ale, Best Overall Beer. The surprise winner for Best Overall Beer, which is here, this award presented at 11 a.m., was new producer Henry Goodkind, whose Greedy Goblin Ale won rave reviews from all the judges. He's only been producing it for over a week. Well, this would seem to reduce his motive, right? He's just been recognized and got an award. So that would suggest that he doesn't have to blame her for ruining his life because his life's not ruined. Henry has only been producing Greedy Goblin Ale for just over a week. He appeared to have sampled quite a few of the festival's offerings and was decidedly unsteady on his feet. I think we're going to find the car accident or something. As he told an appreciative audience that he named the ale after a local businesswoman who had recently screwed him over. Look how he named it. He named Greedy Goblin Ale for Jenny. I did not make that connection, but now I see it makes complete sense. He declined to mention who this female was, but told the crowd his next ale will also be a tribute to her called Who's Sorry Now? Maybe he did intend to burn. I wonder if this isn't going to be a case where someone tried to burn the place down, but didn't intend to kill her. Let's continue reading. He rounded off his acceptance speech by dashing off the stage, exclaiming that he needed to see a man about a bee. He needed to see a man about a bee. Is that some comment about needing to go to the bathroom? Henry might be eccentric, but he does make a good ale, and we look forward to testing his next offering. The chairman of Leicestershire's Ale Army, Geoffrey Walters, drew the event to a close at 6:30 p.m., after the last award had been presented. He thanked the crowd for braving the horrendous weather to turn out in record numbers to this year's festival. Remember, we want to check Henry's license plate with the police incident report in a minute. He told our news hound, "It's so heartwarming to see the support we have year after year here in Leicestershire, whether rain or shine. It's an event we spend all year preparing for, and the quality of the local producers is just outstanding." Dinosaur bones found in Quarry Dig. An excited group of paleontologists gathered at Sedbury Quarry following reports of dinosaur bones being unearthed over the weekend. We'll bring you more on this when we have it. New farm shop for Sedbury. Sedbury residents are in for a treat later this week when Millow's Farm Shop opens on Sprees Road. They'll be showcasing local produce including Melton pork pies, Langclawson blue cheese, and local ales. Hours will be 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday. West Point Bridge lift times. This is important. We heard a news incident about the bridge being lifted and an accident, so this might be important for us. There are no changes to the bridge lifting schedule this week, and no planned exceptions have been reported to us. This is going to make it impossible for someone to have driven to the scene. Very interesting. So this bridge, which is the way you would get to our area from the north, let's find our maps. Let's find our maps. While I'm looking for this, I want to recommend a show to you called The Detectorists. Now, I believe I've watched through it twice. It's a British show. Has anyone seen The Detectorists? It's a comedy. It stars two main characters. They're in it from start to finish. It's like 2 seasons long. It's about these metal detector guys. They're quite charming. It's got a very small town feel. One of them is the guy who plays Gareth in The Office, the original British Office. And he plays a very different character in The Detectorists. I highly recommend it. I can't remember if it's still on Netflix, but really, really charming. Okay, so let's just take a look at this bridge for a second. Has anyone seen that show? So here's the bridge over to West Point. Am I understanding that this is to West Point Bridge? Are we to understand that, yes. So I believe that what we're saying is here is where the bar is. It's across the bridge in West Point. Because it was built on a former boathouse. Here's West Point. Yes. So basically, you have to get over the bridge to get to it and off it. Everyone else lives on the other side of this bridge. That's going to be important for us. Little discussion here. Disciplinite says Jenny is horrible. She runs her concert same day as the festival, probably just out of spite for the festival. I think you're right. Henry and Boat Thief. I think we are going to track that down and find that he's the boat thief or that he couldn't get over the bridge. And so someone else was a boat thief. We'll come back to that though. Let's put our maps together. Has anyone seen The Detectorists? I'm curious. There is a thread on the Board Game Geek Guild section for a Co-op for Two where we discuss movies and TV recommendations, mostly mysteries, but occasionally other stuff. So maybe we'll have to add this to that list. Okay. So 6:30 p.m., we're going to find that car involved in an accident at some point. That will help us give a timeline for Henry, but let's keep going. No changes to the bridge lift times and no planned exceptions. Sailboats will be able to pass under the lifted bridge at 45 minutes past every hour between the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Sorry. Okay, so it's going to lift 45 minutes past every hour. So 6:45 p.m., 7:45 p.m., it goes up. It remains in the raised position for 5 minutes per hour. So 6:45, it stays open until 6:50, then it closes. That's not going to cause much delay, is it? Five-minute delay. How is that going to help us narrow anyone down? They could have just been waiting on the bridge. Harbor Master Ben Jones has repeated his weekly plea to motorists to wait patiently and not risk beating the drop of the barriers. He told our news hound, every week we see at least one driver apparently believing they are in an episode of Dukes of Hazzard and trying to drive across the bridge once it has started to lift. Not only is this an offense under Road Traffic Act, but it risks causing damage to the bridge lifting mechanism, which will cost thousands of taxpayer money. No, I think that's what happened in our police report. I believe maybe someone crashed in and forced the bridge to stay in the opposition, which is why Henry may have, or someone may have stolen that boat to get off the island. Any large vessels needing passage outside the hours of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. should contact the harbor master to inquire. Because from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. it stays down, so you're not going to be able to get through. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. it goes up every hour for 5 minutes, so you can go through. Outside those times, you're stuck if you have a boat. Town planners held an extraordinary meeting earlier today in response to our weekend expose of corruption within the department. Members of the public were invited and encouraged to come and discuss any concern with planners who deny any wrongdoing. A local government inquiry has been launched into the allegations. Unprecedented rainfall continues to cause problems. The rain continues to pour down, causing more misery for the villages on the riverbanks who suffered flooding over the weekend. The river rose to breaking levels from Friday night and is moving extremely fast. Residents have been warned not to re-enter their flooded homes as rescue teams cannot traverse the river while levels are so high. Mystery still surrounds the origin of the capsized boat off the coast of West Point. Remember, this paper is the 3rd of May, so I think this is our boat, and we know why it capsized because of the broken hull that the owner reported. So here's our capsized boat off the coast of West Point, which is, of course, the scene of our crime. So now we know what happened to whoever stole the boat. Alerted on Sunday morning. Unable to safely reach it due to the river current. Air ambulance crews flew over the wreck to assess whether there are any souls on board, but high winds and the continued rain hampered their efforts. It's unlikely there's anyone on board, and if there is, well, then they're buggered. Florence Nightglade from the NHS Air Ambulance reported to us, "What idiot would be out there on a boat in this weather anyway? We took a vote and decided it's more than likely to be a boat that came unmoored in this weather, rather than an actual person." That's possible. We need to consider the possibility that the boat just broke loose. Met Office forecasters have poured cold weather on hopes that temperatures would begin to rise through the week, saying the rainy weather will be here until June with little or no let-up. Stormy downpours are set to blight Britain until at least early June, with temperatures unlikely to reach higher than the teens. Many areas have already been issued a weather warning during miserable May, with the long-range forecast following an unsettled theme, with longer spells of rain as well as strong winds and thunderstorms. There is good news on the horizon, however, from bookmakers making this summer odds on to be the hottest on record in the UK. We just have to get through this dreary month and we'll all be basking in the sunshine before we know it. It's official, Labradors universally voted the best dogs in the world. Here at the Daily Retriever, we are not surprised in any way to find that Labradors have once again been voted the best dogs in the world in the annual Muffs Championship. Strong contenders for the title this year included the ever-popular Dachshunds and some particularly pleasant boxer types. Neither were able to compete, however, with the intelligence and cheery nature of our Labs. Once again, the Cocker Spaniel entry disgraced himself with poor behavior, including stealing the head judge's lunch and rolling in something unmentionable. Perhaps next year they won't bother to enter at all. It would be a relief for all of us. Someone really doesn't like dachshunds or doesn't like Cocker Spaniels. And there's the labs, the winners of the best dog. Okay, ING, whatever that stands for. Local MP Douglas Vaseline will be presiding over the opening of a new health center set to service the residents of the Avabarn area of the city. The center, which boasts an Olympic-sized swimming pool along with a fully equipped gymnasium and indoor tennis courts, will be open to the public from Wednesday this week. Alongside the fitness facilities is a new GP surgery and urgent care walk-in center. Local resident Carol Murphy, that name sounds familiar, stated, "It's about time we had something this good on our side of town. My gout is playing up on a regular basis, which makes it difficult for me to get to my usual doctor's surgery, and what with the exploding hemorrhoids, well, I've been banned from using the bus, is all I'll say about it. I look forward to getting a new opinion on the problem. Grand opening indeed." Locals have been invited to enjoy a light buffet lunch and drop-in inductions at the gym, which will continue through to the weekend. Local author announces book signing at Weatherstone Bookshop. Small-time crime fiction writer Jenny Gillinghams has announced a meet-and-greet book signing at Town Bookshop Weatherstones this coming Saturday, 9th of May. Gillinghams caught up with our new newshounds to chat about her latest release. It's called Barry Botter. Harry Potter, this one's called Barry Botter. Barry Botter and the Order of the Pigeon. It's a fascinating story about an orphan who discovers he has magic powers and is invited to take up a place at Bogwarts Academy for witches and male witches. What follows is a jolly jape through his interactions with fellow witches and male witches, plus his headmaster, Bumblebore. It's all a J.K. Rowling Harry Potter play, satire. Gillinghams claims the idea is hers, despite another author having published an incredibly similar book. "Oh, it's updated and improved," she cackles, channeling some of the witch's characters she has copied in her book. The signing will take place between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. at the rear of the store next to the toilets. "Please bring a pen for me to sign your book with," the author requests. "Ink doesn't grow on trees, and I'm not in the habit of giving anything away. No pen, no sign." This sounds like it's Jenny. So cheap. I wonder, Jenny Gillinghams. What's happening here? Is she doubling as a writer? That's weird. She's very cheap. She's copying and taking credit for someone else's work. Is this our same Jenny? That's kind of weird. Interesting. Roadworks beginning Tuesday. Town Center thoroughfare Pilkington's Passage will be closed to traffic on Tuesday and Wednesday this week for essential roadworks to take place. Town Center thoroughfare. I don't think that's related to our map. All right, let's read the back. Competition corner. Remember, this is going to be a real word search that we could do. Word search challenge. Once again, I have hidden clues as to what I have been watching within some of the documents in the game. It's a TV series this time, and the name is hidden in this word search along with some films from the same genre. Let me know if you get it. This is Catherine Thompson writing to us. She's created a word search. Let's remember to do this at some point. It's a series and some films, TV series this time. We'll switch to this when we take our next break. Ava Barn Book Club announces new venue. Our largest group in the retreat. Let me remind us, because we have some new people in the chat, and it pays to talk about this every once in a while. So one of the things we've discussed with this chat, one of the potential problems of playing these things online is people going off, doing their own thing, trying to solve things while we're working on something else. It's one of the reasons I don't like, I've talked about real world escape rooms where everyone rushes into the room and tries to figure everything out on their own. So one of the things we ask when we play through these cases here is that we all sort of stay on the same page and look at the same document at the same time and not go off separately, solving other pieces, looking at other documents, and then coming back and saying, hey, that thing you haven't looked at yet, I've solved it. So we try to all stay focused on the same thing. That's sort of the agreement. You don't have to, of course, but then don't like come into the chat with things that you've solved. And then occasionally when there's something like a puzzle to really chew on, what we'll do is we'll put it on screen and we'll say, okay, we're going to spend 10 minutes quietly working on something, each of us independently, and then at the end of the 10 minutes, we'll talk about what we solved. It just gives everyone a chance to work on it and not have it spoiled. That's my concern here, that we could have a puzzle spoiled because someone solves it while we don't have a chance. So we'll set some time aside to work on this puzzle in silence, maybe during one of the breaks, and then we can come back and talk about what we found. Of course, you can always obviously buy the materials, play this game on your own, and just use this video as background or whatever. But I'm just saying, if you want to play along with us and come in the chat and try to solve things, try to do it synchronously with us all together. Okay, back to this. Ava Barn Book Club announces new venue. Our largest group in the Retriever Book Club League is moving to a new venue from the 1st of next month. Notices have been posted to subscribing members who will be treated to a complimentary buffet and drinks while reviewing current book of the month, How to Win Friends and Influence People. This is a famous book by Dale Carnegie, I believe, unless it's a changed name. A book from the 50s or 40s or earlier. The sessions held on the first Sunday of every month will now be located within the Hilton Hotel on Leper Ring Road. Village Fete set to reopen. Villagers in Leicestershire, Top Spot Barrow upon Soar are delighted to hear the Village Fete is back on following cancellation in recent years due to poor weather. Stalls, rides, and games will be found on King George V Park on Sunday, July 4th, with free entry for all. So there's a bunch of words in here that I'm not familiar with. A village fete, I don't know what that is. It's obviously a fair of some sort, but I don't know that word. Village fete sounds like a celebration fair of something. Maybe someone could look that up. F-E-T-E, village fete. Business Owner Talk. Local entrepreneur Katie Tompkins is hosting a Q&A evening next week where she will share the secrets of her success and read from her book, Why You Should Never Franchise. Katie spoke with our roving retrievers and said, I'm passionate about warning people away from unscrupulous franchisers. We don't think this is our daughter, Katie, right? She's too young. It all sounds like a good idea at first until you realize that you're just a cash cow for a business that has run out of ideas. You may as well carry on being a wage slave until you're ready to launch a business on your own. I will tell all about the small-minded franchisor who briefly led a small number of franchises, all of whom despaired about her attitude and lack of vision. Do it yourself, go it alone, or suffer a leech attached to your bank account. Drinks and canopies will be served and attendees will be given a complimentary copy of the latest book. Leicestershire's Best Village Contest. The competition is hotting up to be named Leicestershire's Best Village 2021. The chat says, a fete is an outdoor public festival to raise funds for charity. Okay, a little more specific than a festival. They don't have July 4th in the UK. Calendar goes straight from the 3rd to the 5th. Okay, but the point is, a fete is a festival to raise funds for charity. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, best village competition. Deadline for entrance has now passed. Village committees are hard at work drawing up their plans to come out on top. Area judge will include general cleanliness of public areas, planting schemes including baskets and planters in public areas, as well as community events and engagements. The contest has grown in popularity since being established in 1995, with the winning village being awarded grants to further improve their facilities. Last year's winner, West Goblinville, that was in our previous case, Goblinville, I believe, was awarded £5,000 at the grand final, which they used to purchase new Christmas lights for the high street. Dating ads, why not? Male, 45 years, seeks female to share holidays, trips away, days out, and long walks on the beach. Own transport essential. You have to have your own transport. Male, 32 years old, seeks non-dramatic female for cozy nights and watching Netflix. Am interested in mental and physical deep connections and personal growth. Married couple, 55 and 53, seek female for fun times. No commitment required. West Point Bridge area, but willing to travel. Interesting. Well, it's not our Jenny. She's too old, but this could be someone else. Professional female, 41, seeks same. Happy outdoors or indoors, love holidays and days out. Looking for a real connection, no hookups. Female, 39, seeks low maintenance male for driving to random places, walks on the beach, and dinner at the pub. Tattooed male, 41, seeks open-minded female for relationship. I like to stand out from the crowd and would like an equally unique lady to come and join my journey. Female, 43, seeks similar to enjoy loose leaf tea, conversations till 2 a.m., and travels around the world. Looking to find the right one. If that's you, give me a call. Cat-loving male seeks female to join me and my 12 feline friends. We don't get out much, but that's because we don't want to. If you're equally antisocial, get in touch. I might even reply. Calm and quiet female seeks same for non-dramatic adventures and fun. If you're female and age 38 to 48, you might be the one for me. Shy male, 28, seeks female to enjoy Xbox tournaments and board games. Age and profession don't bother me. Just a nice smile and dexterous thumbs, so you can play Xbox. Female escort, 37, available for male or female company. Preferential rates for repeat customer. Want a date with a guaranteed outcome without the hassle of dating? Call me. Okay, so that's the paper. I will repeat what I said before. It is quite wonderful that we've now gone through all the documents and we haven't yet pieced it together. It's only by digging through the details that we're going to be able to find our real culprit. I feel like we've got some inklings of the police reports on the driving and the bridge, being able to get rid of some alibis or verify, but we're going to have to comb through those details. That's quite interesting. Okay. The only other thing we should look at before we take our last break, I think, is the Facebook page. Now, we know about the Facebook page because it's mentioned several times that only from the Facebook page could you buy tickets to the event. It says, for example, Ree's Summer Haze, Facebook, the drinking place. And we also know because someone in our chat peeked ahead at it. Let's look at the Facebook page and then we'll take our little break here. So we're going to go to the tablet, and I already brought up during the break, although I didn't look at it, I brought up the Facebook page. Okay, so here's the Facebook page about the drinking place. There's the bar. Boy, that's pretty fancy. I see a little sign there, but I can't quite read it in the background. It's a pretty fancy bar, though. It says brewery liquor store. Okay. Okay, so they're serving stuff. Let's see, there's some photos. Jenny Williams doesn't recommend the drinking place. It's shit. You'll catch something and be ripped off. There's the ad. There's the beer. If we could see all photos, I hope it's not going to make me log in. All right, it is going to make me log in, and I don't have an account here that I know about. How about, all right, guys, this is what I really don't like. This is what I really don't like. It's fine to have, it's fine to need a web page, but I don't like that it makes us log in. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a break now. We'll take an 8-minute break. I'll go back, I'll log in using my Facebook account for Co-op for Two, and we'll resume when we're able to look at that page. All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. I've turned the air conditioner and noise suppression on. Hopefully it's not too bad. Could you let me know in the chat if it's acceptable? Jonathan had a very good, interesting insight in the newspaper where the guy left, where our brewer left and said, I have to see a man about a bee. It says, have to see a man about B-E-E. But Jonathan said, what if he was saying, I have to see a man about a B, like the letter B, as what you might say instead of saying the word bitch? Like he's going to see a man about Jenny. And then that led me to think, maybe now it clicks into place that it's the ex-husband and Henry working together. We know they signed a lease together. So maybe this is them working together to get at Jenny. All right, let's visit the website, the Facebook website that I've logged in. And let's see if there's anything new there that we haven't seen. So here we are at the drinking place. You can see it's about info. We'll do that later. This person, Jenny Williams, says, doesn't recommend the drinking place. It's shit. You'll catch something and be ripped off. The reply is, you okay, hun? And then here is a post about the performance sold out. Who's excited for our concert tonight? We are not admitting anyone without a ticket. There's no guest list either. If you would like to sit in our garden while Reese is playing, admission will be £15 per person. Please note that the venue doors will all be closed during the performance. I think this is suggesting that you'd have to have a ticket to get in to start a fire. We know you can buy tickets available only on the Facebook page. Are we going to be able to see a list of who bought tickets? Drinking place. From tomorrow, we'll be serving our new ale in a box. Honey Beaver Ale made right here on site, which is bullshit. Tickets on sale. Message to buy. Unacceptable behavior. Someone has dented my daughter's car. That is huge. We know a description of this car, don't we? Daughter's car without leaving their details. This car is her pride and joy. She's devastated. It happened sometime in the last 24 hours in the TDP car park. I'll be reviewing CCTV and calling the police if the perpetrator doesn't come forward. Okay, this was on April 18th. Now look at that car. It's a Mini Cooper, yellow with a white top. Now we know that car. We have heard about that car. Let us find the police report about that car. I think the daughter's alibi doesn't look so good now. We'll come back to this in a second, but where did we see that car mentioned? Yellow Mini sped through the barriers, crossed the bridge as it was lifting. So at 6:50 p.m., the night of the murder, a near miss at West Point Bridge, Yellow Mini sped through the barriers, crossed the bridge as it was lifting. Direction of travel, city bound. White roof, white wing mirrors. So that is our car, and it's leaving the island, heading to the city, running away from the scene. So this is daughter leaving the scene at 6:50 p.m. in a rush. But if the fire was about 7, wouldn't that be... John says pretty early before 7 and fire not till 8. I don't think that's right. I think is the fire at 8 or 7? Why? Sometimes the most basic facts sneak by me. Fire is at 7. Fire is at 7:08. Fire is at 7. Let's just make sure we understand that. The reason we thought it was at 8 comes from those initial body cam. But I think something was misunderstood there, or it was a mistake during the filming of that body cam footage. But I believe that everything we have now tells us that the fire was at 7. He was supposed to be on stage by 7. But by that time, it had been a good 10 minutes since I saw him. All of a sudden, he reappeared. Yeah, I think the fire is at 7 o'clock. Here's the police report. The calls come in at 7:08 that there's a fire. So the fire is shortly after he comes on stage. So, but that's still going to be hard for her to have set this fire if she was in a car at 6:50. So I think she was trying to find her boyfriend, but seems like it's hard to have her be the one that set the fire. Okay, let's continue to see if there's anything else interesting here. Maybe everyone in the family was in on it. That's not a bad idea, Jonathan. Announcement: we have no Guinness in for tonight's Irish supper-themed menu. The bridge is stuck in the up position. The delivery lorry won't wait for it to be fixed. Blame Guinness, not me. So this gets back to whether we can find if the bridge was stuck up. That might be a clue. Well, here we are at the new page for the drinking place after the previous was hijacked by jealous competitors. There will be a no tolerance policy towards any abuse of my one good idea. And no criticism will be accepted whatsoever. Violators of this policy will be removed from the group immediately. That is a fancy looking bar. Updated their business hours. Content's not available. Content not available. I don't know what this is about. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. She's locked people's comments saying negative things, maybe. That's kind of weird. Let's see if there's any about info. Bar and Grill, created in March. Not running ads. How about any... Did we see there was a page of videos? No. I don't know what these... Oh, updated their status. Updated their status. Updated their status. I don't know what these are about. Photos. I don't know what that is. Profile pictures. Cover photos. Um, Thinking place. I don't see a way to see any videos, but I thought on the original page it did have some. Someone. Profile pictures. All right, I guess that's it. Okay. Maybe we should arrange our documents now. Let's see what we can do. So Deborah Solomon, let's organize the things related to Reeves. So we've got Deborah Solomon and Reeves. And then the letter from Deborah Solomon. And then here's the note she got from the daughter. I'm going crazy. I can't live without you. I didn't know what she was up to. So let's look at this again now that we know everything. The daughter is telling Reeves, look, I didn't know my mother was up to this. You're my only chance for getting away from here. I know you don't want to be there on Saturday. I'm begging you to change your mind. You don't want me to be there. What can I do to show you I'm nothing like her? I hate her so much. So clearly we know the daughter hates the mother. The daughter hates the mother, but we don't, seems like a rough alibi, but everyone hates them. Okay, so I'm just going to try to organize some of this stuff here. The commercial lease agreement is Martin and Henry, 12 Long Street. Here's our newspaper. Let's see. This is details about the CCTV. I'm going to put this with this because this one tells us about the CCTV catching this. We're not told anything about this photo, although it says lobby and toilet. Let's put these together. We'll go through these later. I'll put this with the newspaper. Okay, our maps are organized into one area. This is our bridge and our boat. We'll put this with the maps. We'll put the miscellaneous police reports together. Miscellaneous. Okay, we'll put these with the statements from the workers. We'll put the worker statement and the worker schedule together. I think these are basically just all giving us reasons to suspect the workers and then alibis from the workers. This is our neighbor, Albert. We'll put this with the husband, the divorce. Witness, these are our two witness statements. We'll put these together. Okay, introduction to the case, telling us close to home, but it's been burned down. Catch the liar and you will catch our killer. Okay, put that aside. All right, here's the introduction from the cops. So we'll put this with our police report information. And then we'll put these emails from Henry and Jenny together with Martin. So Martin and Henry's stuff is together. All right. Well, there's a lot going on here. And then let's go through this and see if there's anything here that we missed. That's important. So the neighbor, we're knocking on West Point, no answer, dogs are barking. We know who that is. Witness Dick of 123 Avabrand Avenue. Now, Avabrand is sort of significant. Avabrand is this street here. And I'll note that the daughter was found at 14 Avabrand. This guy's at 123 Avabrand. Okay, so that's important. This witness is 123 Avabrand. He lives there. The daughter is picked up at 14 Avabrand. He was over to watch the singer with the neighbor Isobella and her friend Kate, who left without him. That's going to be Katie. I think this is going to be Katie. I think these two neighbors that left without him when the bar filled with smoke, I think that's why they left. I think that's Katie. He lives on Avabrand. She's found on 14 Avabrand. This guy lives at 123. He said he was at the venue with a neighbor, Isabella. So I think these neighbors of this witness, Dick Beamond, is the sister. Is the daughter. So that puts her on the scene. We know she's fleeing out of there. Okay, let's look at this other witness. Spoke to witness Betty Jennings, partner Bill Jennings. I wonder can we just see the ages of these people? I wonder if these are the couple looking for someone. So 1979 would make them what, 43 years old? Is that right? 1980 plus 20, 43 years old, 44 years old. Where's our newspaper? (42 and 43). No, the married couple was 55 and 53. Okay, I thought we were going to catch our married couple here. This one might says Katie flying across the bridge for her alibi. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that is going to be a good alibi if we get the time right. Both at the venue for the singer left when it filled with smoke. Betty describes hearing Chef shouting at the victim earlier in the day. We might want to re-listen to the body cam now that we know that this guy was with Katie. And he gave a statement. We'll read that statement in a second. Okay, here's the boat that's missing. Was moored over the bridge, planned to use it. Okay, remember cakes for Tuesday. I'll bet this has something to do with the paper, story in the paper where you need cakes. Okay. Let's read Dick's statement now and see if we can catch him in anything. Here's the statement from Dick, the man. He's a bank manager. Earlier this evening, I came to see a band play at the drinking place, West Point. Ticket-only event. I got a lift here with my next-door neighbor and a friend of hers. We think this friend is Katie. Sorry, I promised I was going to try to write better. We think that's Katie. I can't recall what time we arrived. We all had a few drinks. My friend smuggled inside her handbag. I wasn't drunk, but I was merry. It was around 7 p.m.ish that the band started playing to build up the atmosphere in the crowd. They seemed to go on for ages, and we were all waiting for Reese Summerhees to come out and start the show. Got a bit bored of waiting, so I was at the bar. I turned back, and the place seemed to be full of smoke. I think Reese was on stage by this time, but only just. He thinks it's a fake smoke machine. Everyone starts running out. He made his way to the garden. That's when he saw the chef from the pub. He was standing down by the pier by some beer barrels. It struck me bizarre that he was standing there looking out over the river. Yeah, he's looking, he's saying goodbye, I think, to Henry, who's getting the boat. However, he didn't reveal anything good about Katie. Let's go through the other witness statement. I wish they got a statement from the daughter. Okay, let's just read this again. He's working in the cloakroom. We have a map so we know where that is. This is our other witness. Here's the map of the place, and there's the coat room. This guy, Tej, is working in the coat room. 6 p.m., Martin goes down into the cellar. He's there for a half hour. He opens the external cellar doors because there was a draft. But I don't know what he was doing. Was he letting Henry in? Is that what he was doing? Jenny was in her office till 5:45. I know this. I just arrived at work, chatting to Carol, one of the bar staff. Jenny shouts at her. She locks herself up, watches with CCTV. The safe and computer equipment CCTV is all in the main office. I don't know who has keys. Keys are not kept in communal place. Martin came up from the cellar at 6:30. Bar was so busy, it was too full. Queue for drinks was huge. They go to the bar, they're helping out. Then he says, I'm popping out for a smoke. I'm not sure the time, but it was literally a couple minutes before the lights went down and the band started. So he's like, I'm getting out of here because there's going to be a fire. He knows not to be in there. I watched him walk out the back door to the outside. So I think we have to assume there's some back door. He wouldn't have been able to come back through that door as it can only be opened from the inside. I didn't see him go anywhere other than out the back door. I don't think I saw him come back before the place filled with smoke. So somewhere around right before 7, Martin leaves, heads out the back, then there's a fire. Did he start it? Did he know someone else was going to start it? Not clear. All right. Let's read what we have about from the autopsy, which is really not an autopsy. It's very detailed scene information. Last seen alive by staff. She goes upstairs to her office. Somewhere between 6:45 and 7 p.m., persons unknown access the first floor corridor Access to the first floor office. So someone goes up there. Somewhere between 6:45 and 7 p.m. So right before the fire. Used spray paint to spray the CCTV camera that she has outside her door to see if she wants to let the person in. Then they put accelerant on the door and light it. So maybe she was afraid to open the door because she couldn't see what was going on outside. Death between 7 and 8. Okay, it doesn't matter. Fire started at 7. Then it says, the door to the office was locked from the outside with the key remaining in the lock, preventing the decedent from... Okay, so there was only one door into her office. It wasn't going to the outside of the building, but it was going to the staircase. She couldn't get out because someone put in the key. So this makes us think the family had the key. And there's the person putting the spray paint. And it looks like they've got a wool hat and gloves, which we think is what Reeves was, our singer, was described as wearing. Okay. Let's look at our police report, which is our richest source of information about people. So we know this is the daughter's car. We've also got the report from the mother of Henry. Where is that police report? Susan Goodkid reported her son Henry is missing. He's suffering depression from her stealing the beer. Her last contact Henry as he left the festival, he called to say he would be home late as he was on his way to West Point to right a wrong. She says she tried to talk him out of it, he hung up. So Henry was going to do something at this bar to get revenge on Jenny. Blue striped tank top. Certainly does not look like what's being worn at the photo. But he could be wearing something else. Okay. Further call from Susan Goodkid. A neighbor is called to her. Henry's car is parked at the West Point Bridge car park. So this is the same car park here that the woman, that the boat was stolen from and that the woman who's 70-year-old is passed out in. His car is there. His car is on the other side of the bridge. It hasn't made its way across to the bridge. All right, so she says Henry's car is there. It's a gray Volvo EX15UMK. Now, do we have that license plate? Okay, so look. We do have a call for him drunk driving in his car. This is Henry's car. It's spotted driving along Terminus Crescent. We don't have that on our map, but that's okay. It's driving along at 6:37 p.m. So this is presumably before it gets to the car park. There's a fire at 7:08. Black staffy with red collar answers to the name Isabel. Isobel, spelled oddly. What is the name? Isn't it odd to you that Dick Beaumont says his neighbor is Isobella? Isobella at Avabron Avenue. Is this dog also at Avabron? No. Sanctuary Road. Okay. Fire, fire. This person wants her coat back. Here's our missing boat person. Missing boat person says has a crack which can cause it to crash, and we know it did turn up crashed. So we know the fire is slightly after 7. We know Henry is seen at 6:37 driving along Terminus Crescent. We don't know exactly where that is, but we know he was at the Ale Festival, which could have gone on until 6:30 p.m. So it seems like maybe he left the ale thing at 6:30 p.m. and then he drove, headed towards this bar. He was reported driving drunk at 6:37. We know the bridge lifts up. So is what happened that he drove to the car park, the bridge was up, so he got out of his car and stole the boat? I think he stole the boat and never made it. I think he stole the boat and never made it to the bar. Let me check in with the chat here. Katie went to the show anyway with her friend. Maybe Reese saw her and told her to run. I think the other photo with the two people might be showing Reese coming out of the bathroom, labeled lobby and toilets. Maybe he's trying to give Reese an alibi. Maybe the husband and Reese were working together but didn't tell Katie. That's why she didn't understand the breakup and went to the show. Maybe the photo with the two people in it are supposed to be Reese and the barmaid he was flirting with, sneaking off to make out, giving him an alibi. These are very interesting. We're told what Reese was wearing. A hoodie and jeans. I like this theory of Jonathan or Anna. I guess it's Jonathan. I like the idea that this is maybe Reese sneaking into the bathroom. We'll try to coordinate that with where she says he emerged from. There is a storeroom here. I wonder if that's where they would get accelerant from, petrol. So this could be someone sneaking to get petrol from the storeroom. 6:47. But what do you, let's come back to this. I think Henry was rushing over here to see a man about a bitch. This was Jonathan's theory. I think he was supposed to meet up with Martin, and he never made it. He drove drunk. He was drunk. He drove, headed towards West Point. We know the bridge raises at 6:45. He's seen drunk at around 6:37, maybe here, Crescent Circle. He gets here. He finds the bridge is up. He parks his car, he steals the boat, and he's never seen again. And that's what Martin is waiting for at the pier. He's looking for Henry to show up to get his revenge. And Henry never shows up because Henry is crashed in his boat. So I think that might rule out Henry. That's because what's our other theory? Well, I thought that Henry was stealing that boat to leave the island, but boat wasn't on the island, right? The boat wasn't on the island. The boat was stolen from the car park, right? Was moored over the bridge. Planned to use it. Caller reporting motorboat missing from its mooring off the West Point Bridge car park. Yeah. So I think, and then the news told us about how the boat was found broken up on the thing. I think there's our alibi for Henry, but I think Henry was going to work with Martin. I don't know what kind of revenge they were having. Maybe Martin was going to deliver him those 5 barrels of beer as friends to make up, and they were going to make a deal. And yeah, okay, so that's our alibi for Henry settled. And what about Katie? Where does Katie give us her story? Where does Katie tell us what she was doing and lie to us? Remember, the intro to the story said, find the liar, you might find the culprit. Well, we know Katie is lying to us, right? But where are we told? I guess maybe it was in the introduction when the cop was summarizing what he knows of the crime. Did he summarize the discussion he had with Katie? Let's see. Thanks for having a look at this one. You guys have been fantastic cracking the other 2 cases. Okay, here we go. He says, updates to the next of kin. I think we upset her already. We didn't know where she was when this incident happened. By the time we tracked her down to her friend's address, she'd already heard about the fire and the arrest. She'd in a mess. She told us she had been seeing Reeves, but he dumped her a couple days before and told her she wasn't welcome at the gig despite technically being at her home. She and her friends spent all day and evening watching rom-coms. Okay, so this is a lie. Here's our liar. We know that's not true. We know she was at the show. Interesting, Reese had not been in touch with her at all since this, which I find a little odd. So in other words, after the fire, Reese is not talking to her. That's odd. I think our most likely culprit is Katie setting the fire and then making a beeline to get out of there in her car at 6:37. Sorry, 6:49. 6:49, I think she sets the fire, and 10 minutes later, the smoke comes downstairs. Jonathan says, I think it is Katie, but it's a tight timeline. She sprints and speeds away. Yep, I think that's it. I think She set the fire, and then she's got 10 minutes before the fire starts, before the smoke gets downstairs. She set the fire upstairs. It's loud, it's crowded, it's upstairs. Smoke rises. I think it takes time for the smoke to get down and start filling the bar downstairs. Jonathan says, when does the autopsy report state that the fire was set? It says, well, this is actually interesting. Between 6:45 and 7 p.m., persons unknown accessed the first floor corridor, used spray paint. So sometime between 6:45 and 7, they put spray paint and set the fire. That would be the moment they set the fire. So this is key for our timeline. If she set the fire at 6:45 and then she rushes out, the bridge is right there, we think, right? It's right on the water. So 5 minutes later, she's spotted driving away at 6:49. The earliest time someone used spray painted with CCTV is 6:45. 5 minutes later, she's driving away. It is tight. It is tight, but it is possible. Now, of course, if this CCTV spray happened at 7 p.m., then it doesn't work. But Katie has the key. If this was 6:45, she had time to get it, rush in her car. She's speeding out due to speed. So I think that timeline works, but it is tight. Okay, so getting back to alibis, our neighbor, Talbot, we're going to, I think it's logical to conclude that she went out to confront her. Remember, we know she went out to confront her at 6:30. She's a neighbor. But then at 6:53, they find a woman, 70 years old, unconscious, weak pulse, suspected heart attack, possible residents of One West Point. It actually even says it, so we figured it was her. This is the neighbor. We didn't even spot this actually saying possible neighbor, but we were going to guess that was her anyway. Even if that wasn't her, we know Sarah Talbot, the crazy neighbor, the angry neighbor, didn't do it because she would have run back into her house and the dogs would have stopped barking. So there's our alibi for her. So it seems to me we've got, Jonathan says, driving away in 5 minutes, that's a real stretch. Well, it's tight. It's tight, but I think it is doable. Now, who else do we need alibis for? Henry, we've come to the conclusion, didn't make it. It seems to me Martin was waiting for Henry. Now, you could say that when Henry didn't show up, Martin had to do it himself. So, I think so how do we know Martin didn't do it himself? Well, I'll tell you one reason we know. We know from the statement of the worker who sees him leave out the back and never come back in, and says he couldn't have gotten back in. So I think that's Martin's alibi. It's not great, but I think that's Martin's alibi. He went out to meet Henry. He waited for him, and Henry never showed up. That's our explanation for what happened. And the worker who saw him leave but saw him never come back is his alibi that he never made his way back in. And you had to have gone up from the inside. That leaves it with someone who was on the property. Okay, so now the last person that it seems we need to rule out his alibi is Rees. Jonathan says, I think his alibi is with the barmaid in the photo, the lady with him wearing the staff jacket. I really like this theory of Jonathan's, that this very blurry photo is actually at 6:47. Rees and the barmaid headed to have a little hookup in the bathroom or the storeroom. You might even suggest that this is part of Katie's motive. Like maybe when she arrived there, she didn't plan on killing her mother, but she blames her mother for losing the boyfriend. And when she sees the boyfriend hook up with someone else, she loses her mind and burns down her mother. Although, if it wasn't premeditated, where did she get all this stuff from? Although I think she could have gotten the spray paint and the petrol accelerant from the storeroom right here. She works this place. She's got keys. She knows it well. I think she just went into the storeroom, got the accelerant, brought it up. So it might not even have had to have been premeditated. Now let's see if we can't really lock down Jonathan's theory that this is him. We know he's upset. We think he broke up. Where is the statement from his manager talking about how she saw him talking to someone? Here. Okay, let's read her statement and see if this doesn't give us some more clues. Informal gig owned by Ree's girlfriend's parents. Rees was furious. Only positive is that Rees finally broke up with his girlfriend Katie. She's a bad influence on him. She sent me a letter, but I didn't even give it to him. I drove Rees to the pub. We arrived at 6:20. He was in a bit of a state. He was really angry, nervous about the show. Didn't want to be there. He didn't even bother getting dressed up. He insisted on wearing a scruffy hoodie, woolly hat, which we can't really see, in jeans. But we thought it might be this. Few shots of vodka. Went outside. Yeah, his motive is actually also really thin, right? I mean, he's got this show that's going to break his whole career wide open. He showed up at this thing to perform. He actually gets on stage to perform. He wouldn't start a fire. So I think that's almost reason enough. Sorry, let me just continue here. He drank some vodka. When I left, he was chatting with one of the barmaids. It was causing a backlog. When I came back a few minutes later, he wasn't where I left him. I wasn't really worried until just before 7 because he was supposed to be on stage by 7. By that time, it had been a good 10 minutes since I'd seen him. So they get there at 6:20. She sees him talking to the bar. Then it's been 10 minutes since I've seen him. Yeah, he's hooking up with her in the closet for 10 minutes. Jonathan's exactly right. Okay, now let's look at this description. He reappeared from the direction of the main door. From the direction of the main door. But I know he hadn't gone outside. So he could be coming from the coat room. Or the bathroom. So she's sitting down here somewhere at a table. She sees him coming from the door. They were making out in the bathroom, or making out in the coat room, or making out in the handicap stall. Do you think that's what this is? It's a handicap door opener? Automatic door opener? For the handicap stall of the bathroom? He made his way onto the stage. No sooner had he started singing, the place filled with smoke. And then possibly even one of the other workers' statement might even help collaborate the idea that the other worker was in the bathroom making out with the singer. Let's see. Carol and I start at work at 6:40 p.m. Also, here's another clue that it's a family member. He says it's a hidden camera outside her office. It's the hidden camera that catches this. So the only people who would know about the hidden camera would be family members and staff. Okay, Martin came up from the cellar 6:30. He told me to close the cloakroom desk, come help with drinks. Martin's popping out for a smoke. He doesn't say anything about the other. Here's, and another person sees Martin by the pier, not running out from the club. Okay. Riz alibis with the barmaid in the photo. He also has no good motive. She needed to spray the camera, lock the door, set the fire, run down, push through the crowd, go to the car, start the engine, and speed through the bridge in 4 minutes. And Anna says the staff person on the photo doesn't look like a barmaid to me. I mean, it's a staff person. They've got sort of bobbish hair. I think that could be a bar woman. And there's the hoodie. I think that's Reese. It's a little weird that he's opening the door and not her. Why is he using 2 hands on the door? That's bothering me a little bit. This is at 6:47. Maybe he's trying to figure out a way to lock it so they can hide in there. I think Jonathan's theory is good and right. I think this is him going to make out with this barmaid woman with short hair in the bathroom, in the handicap stall of the bathroom. You can see down here that it says lobby and toilets. And I think maybe, does anyone recognize this as being a handicap door opener? That's what my guess is this might be. And here's our map showing where the handicap stall is near the bathrooms or the coat rack room. This could also be a secure access door, a like a card scan opened the door. But I don't know what he's doing here with two hands. John says, I don't know, maybe it's a paper towel dispenser in the bathroom. It doesn't look like a paper towel dispenser to me. I suppose it could be. I still like the theory that's him. Also, I don't think Reese has a motive. So the only thing now that's holding up any doubt about that anyone has about the daughter, even though we've caught her in a desperate lie, is that she's seen speeding at 6:49. And we know the person spray painting the security camera, according to the autopsy, happened between 6:45 p.m. and 7 p.m. So here's a concern. Here's a real concern. I need a second opinion on this. I read this as saying, we need to think hard about this. I read this as saying that they're not sure when the CCTV access was done, somewhere between 6:45 and 7 p.m. But is it saying instead that the time period of 15 minutes between 6:45 and 7, someone was on the first floor corridor doing this stuff, spray painting it? That can't be, right? That's too long a period. Because that would completely alibi Katie if that text is saying that for that 15-minute period, someone was outside seen spray painting and putting accelerant. How do you read that? So if you told me that this means that someone was seen on the CCTV for that full 15-minute period, then I would have to change my theory to say that this is a photo of Reese going into the storage room to get materials, after which he goes and does this. I don't like it. All right, Jonathan says, I think it's my first reading, that sometime between here, the access to thing. Why do we not? I wish this was a little clearer. Like, why do they not have a firm timestamp for this? Maybe it's saying that at 6:45 they started spray painting, and then the camera got burned out at 7, so sometime between 6:45 and 7 p.m. all this happened. It's a little troubling to me. Does everyone on board with the idea of saying that this is some unknown time between 6:45 and 7 p.m. or all the time between that period? Jonathan thinks it's my first reading because we have to have that be 6:45. We have to have it be the very earliest time in order for Katie to have time to get out. It's kind of troubling because another natural reading is that the daughter went to the club to spy on her boyfriend, saw him have an affair, and ran away. Not needing to start a fire. Is this staff going in to the storeroom to get accelerant to burn her down and has nothing to do with anyone? Just has to do with staff members doing it? But why would they do it? I think the daughter locked her in her room. If the daughter locked her in her room, then she had to, with her key, she had to spray paint it. That means she had time. It has to be the daughter. The Gaming Rules channel has come here. Is Gaming Rules person Paul Grogan? Is that who we have in our chat? Isn't it some early of the morning here? Yes, it is. It's 3:30 a.m. It's quite actually early for our 7-hour sessions. We start at 11 p.m. in the US and go till around 6 a.m. This is a sort of short game. Is it Paul who stopped by? For people who don't know, if it is Paul Grogan who runs the Gaming Rules, it may not be Paul, if I'm remembering correctly. But regardless, Paul Grogan runs a YouTube channel that's quite good. He said, that is me, not quite the right pronunciation. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce it, but Paul does lots of videos, some great videos on some detective games like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. In fact, he helped do some proofing and editing of the Jack the Ripper West End Adventures cases for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And it was Paul that I saw doing the thing where this is so appropriate timing. Paul was the one that I saw covering up sections of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective paragraphs so that the audience doesn't see the others, which has inspired me to spend the last 2 weeks writing a new OBS plugin to do that digitally. We'll see that in a week or so, so it's fun. Paul says, the way you pronounce my last name is Grogan. 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 Paul Grogan. Okay, so I think we've got our theory here, but I'm a little uneasy about, I think the daughter is definitely our culprit. I'm just a little uneasy about her timeline. And you could see her coming to the bar the thing is that her motivation for coming to this bar and lying about it would be very easy to think that her motivation was to try to meet up with her boyfriend, the singer. And when she sees her singer hooking up with the barmaid or just ignoring her, she runs off. That seems reasonable. Paul says, I'm switching off. I don't want spoilers. This actual series is exceptionally good writing, so I think you'll actually like these games, Paul. I do recommend them. I have watched quite a few of Paul's videos, but I haven't been paying attention to how he pronounces his name. Okay. So, anyway, like you could see a different explanation for her behavior and why she might lie about it. But on the other hand, would she really lie? Maybe if it was so serious and your mother was killed, maybe you would say you were there. It's risky to say you weren't. But we do know she was lying. And the key, someone had to have a key to lock her in, and we think only the family has a key. And someone had to know of the security camera. We think the family and staff knew of the security camera. And if she's going to use her key up there, then she had time to burn it. She had time to use her key, and she couldn't have used her key without spray painting. Then I think she had time to pour the accelerant and get away. Also, she really hates her mother. We can see here. I know you don't want me to be there. Oh, what can I do to show you I'm nothing like her? So maybe she's trying to show him by burning it down. Anna says, also the mother was abusing her before, locking her up. She needed to escape, broke her leg. Now her boyfriend broke up with her because of her mother. It's motive enough. Yeah, it's not great. The mother didn't really abuse her, but was locking her in her room. Right, here's the divorce proceedings. The mother would lock us in various rooms. Our daughter broke her leg escaping from a locked room. So yeah, she broke her leg escaping from a locked room. So she has reason to hate her mother, but reason for murder is a bit far-fetched. But I do think of all the motives, it is the most solid. And maybe she went to the bar, she confronted her boyfriend who said, I don't want anything to do with you, and hooked up, and then that sort of really sent her into a rage. She blames her she blames her boyfriend breaking up on her mother. So it's all the original stuff of hating the mother, and now her one shot out of town, the one love of her life, this singer star whose career is about to take off, has now dumped her, all because of her mother, is leaving her. She's got nothing. She's stuck on this little island. So maybe that is reasonable motive. Anna says her friend Isabel was waiting in the car. They could drive away fast. I like it. Isabel is waiting in the car. The car is started, waiting at the door. Okay, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll solve this case. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. And yeah, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Case 3 of the Cold Case Investigation Unit series, Who Killed Jenny? And I think we've settled on our suspect, Katie the daughter, but not without some trepidation. Everything actually lines up for her. The only thing we're concerned about is her timeline. We know she's at the bar. We know she and her friend leave their other friend there. We've tracked her there. The only problem we have is reconciling two pieces of timeline data. The first is the fact that her car is seen speeding through barriers, crossing the bridge as it was lifting at 6:49 p.m. Headed city-bound. So leaving the island, coming into the city. That's 6:49. And then the other piece of timeline that gives us trouble with that is that the autopsy statement, which is really more of a summary of the police report, says that between 6:45 p.m. and 7 p.m., persons unknown accessed the first floor corridor where the decedent's office is located. Suspect used spray paint to cover the CCTV camera. Accelerant was used on the office door and stairwell floor, which was later ignited. So our concern is twofold. First of all, if we read this as saying that the CCTV camera caught someone from this entire period of 6:45 to 7 p.m., then we're in big trouble. Because then Katie is seen in a car at 6:49. She couldn't have been up there between 6:45 and 7 p.m. that entire period. If instead we read this as saying that somewhere between 6:45 and 7 p.m., somewhere between 6:45 and 7 p.m., people may have been out there, and maybe we read that as saying someone spray painted at 6:45, and then somewhere between then and 7, when the fire destroyed the camera, then that gives us at 6:45 she lights the fire, she runs out of the bar, her friend's waiting for her in the car, they hop in, 4 minutes later they're seen speeding over the bridge. That is conceivable. It's tight, though. It's tight, but it's conceivable. So we have to have both. We have to first read it as saying that it's not that someone was spotted from 6:45 to 7, but that 6:45 has to be the earliest possible time Our Lady has to hit that spray paint, pour the accelerant, either alone or with her friend, and then get out. But everything else lines up for the daughter so well that I think that's what we're going for. In the chat, Anna was saying, where did they get the spray paint, the clothing, the accelerant? And I was saying, well, they probably got it from the storage room, which we see on the map is on your way to the staircase. And that might actually lead us more in favor of Katie, because it would have to be someone who knew where the stored stuff was and had the keys to get in. That's basically Martin, the ex-husband, Katie, the daughter, or maybe one of the staff. She also knew to spray the cameras. So, because otherwise someone would have to bring it in if they didn't have access to that stuff. So that kind of is more reason to rule out anyone but family. Also, don't forget that the Jenny, Martin, and Katie lived here. This wasn't just their place of work. Upstairs was where they lived. So she knew this place quite well. If she was planning on doing this ahead of time, premeditated, she could have had everything ready to go, either in the storeroom or in her private room upstairs. So if she was planning to do it ahead of time, she could have done it very quickly. All right, I think I'm ready to go and pull the trigger on this. There are a couple things giving me doubt. The tight timeline gives me a little bit of doubt, and here's the other thing that gives me a little bit of concern. This photo. I love Jonathan's interpretation that Reeves is seen flirting with the barmaid staff and then disappears for about 10 minutes and then comes back from an area of the... that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Here's the other little piece. The bar manager is sitting somewhere in the place. Now, where does she see him come back from to go on stage at 7? This is key. This rules him out. This definitively rules him out. She sees him come back from near the entrance, but not from outside. She knows it wasn't from outside, but from near the entrance. This is more confirmation that he was having sex, making out with one of the barmaids in one of these rooms, and not from behind her. So that rules him out. I think we've ruled everyone out, but possible staff, but staff wouldn't have the key, and why would staff do it? And we don't know any of this. I mean, we do know the names of the staff from their chats, but really the only staff that would have a good motive to leave already left and were working in this other bar on that night. Jonathan Warner says maybe she knew his father would be out. Her father would be outside. It's possible she knew her father would be outside. I'm ready for Katie. Jonathan says the only thing that gives me a bit of pause is that potentially a lot of people would be hurt in the fire, including her ex-boyfriend and her father. Well, let me give you an alternative twist for that, an alternative explanation for that. First of all, she's a young kid. She's not thinking, she's reckless. The other thing is, this is her home. She knows it very well. She's going to know no one's living upstairs. She figures she's going to set this fire upstairs. By the time the flames start rising and people smell smoke downstairs, it'll be easy for everyone to evacuate. The only thing she had to worry is that there was no one in that room but her mother. And she knew that because she knew her mother's habits. So I think she just figured that people would be able to get out in time. Anna says she's probably a little psycho like her mother. Well, we've seen the notes that she is a little psycho, or she's a little unstable. She's saying, how can I show you I'm not like her? I hate her. Please believe me, I didn't know what she was up to. You're my only chance getting away from her for good. I want to travel the world with you. See, she's seen this all go up in smoke. I'm begging you to change your mind, yeah. All right, it's the daughter. We locked it in. All right, let us go to the chat. I think we're ready to solve. I think that's it. All right, let's go to our cold case. All right, guys, are you ready to do this? Enter. All right, case 3. All right, now, shall we go to clues? It's case 2. In the room are the clues for case 3. All right, we've talked and complained about this clue system before. Maybe we should take advantage of it and check out some clues before we put our answers in case something scares us away. So I'm just going to randomly click here. Badgering suspects. Combine information about the Real Ale Festival and the bridge timings with information contained in the incident lines to work out what Henry was up to at the time of the murder. Okay, we think Henry was on his way there and got stuck by the bridge and then tried to get in the boat. We don't know exactly what he was planning to do with Martin. Right? But I think Martin was going to steal something, steal the beer back, or stealing the booze back. Although don't forget, he wasn't... Let's pause for a second. We had him hanging out at the pier waiting for Henry to arrive in the boat, but he didn't expect Henry to arrive in the boat, right? Maybe Henry called him on his mobile phone and said, hey, I'm stuck at the bridge. I'm taking a boat. Or maybe he was just planning to meet up with Martin and plan their revenge. That's what they were planning. Remember, they were leasing a building together. So I think maybe they were just going to meet up to discuss their plans to start a new business together or something. All right, let's check out another hint here. Listen carefully to the witness accounts and double check any other records of what they saw. I wonder if we should listen to the body cam again now that we know that one of them was with Katie. Shall we do that? Because that one witness arrived there with Katie, and he does say a couple weird things about when they arrived. He says like 8 p.m. It was a little weird. I wonder if we should listen to that again. Let's click the rest of these and then we'll see. Clue 3. Look at all the posts on the drinking place Facebook page. Is there any information, even a mini snippet of detail that might help begin to unpick where one suspect says they were? I'm trying to remember if the Facebook post gave us such information. That's where we learned to match the suspect's car. Okay, good. Thank you. A mini detail. Okay, good. Thank you. Mini snippet of detail. Good, good. Thank you, Jonathan. Then we don't have to go reread the Facebook posts. Yes, the Facebook is where we saw that that's her favorite car. Okay, last hint. To identify the couple in the CCTV image, take note of witness accounts describing potential suspects' clothing. That's Jonathan's theory, that this photo is going to be Reese in his hoodie. And these look like jeans, possibly. Boy, that's a hard to see picture, but I do think that's confirmation of Jonathan. All right, we didn't need any of these hints. That's good. All right, here we go. Warning, you are about to reveal the true identity of Jenny's killer. Only proceed if you think you know the answers. All right. We know when we click this, we don't get told the answer yet. Let's click it. Okay, here it is. So this is a different image. I don't remember seeing this before. The usual suspects. Here we go. Suspects. Martin Bills, the ex-husband. Motive, alibi, guilty or not guilty. Henry Goodkid, he was the brewery guy that she stole. Leslie, this was the worker who got fired. Sarah Talbot, that's the neighbor with the noise complaints. Reese Summerhees, that's the singer star. Katie Bills, that's the daughter who we suspect, and that's it. Okay, so let's go through them. Which one should we go to first? I think we eliminate the ones we don't think did it till we get to the last one. All right, so here we go. We're going to start with the people we're most sure about. So we're most sure about the Sarah Talbot never returning home, being in the hospital. Let's see. Her motive: repeatedly suffered noise disturbances since Jenny opened her bar. Repeated breaches of planning and licensing rules have pushed Saris to her limit. Her alibi: poor old Saris was found by an off-duty paramedic in the West Point car park having suffered a heart attack. She was being shipped off to a hospital while Jenny was meeting her maker. Fortunately, Saris made a full recovery and will now go on to lead the peaceful life she wanted all along. Jonathan says, if we start with Katie, we're wrong. We could try to guess someone else, though. That's true, but I think this is more suspenseful, and I think we're right. So, not guilty. So she was the one who passed out with a heart attack in the car park on her way to complain. Next suspect: Reese, Katie, and the husband. All right, Leslie. Leslie was working at the other bar. She didn't have a good motive. Let's try it. Former employee, Leslie was sick and tired of Jenny taking money from her wages and generally being a tyrant. Alibi: Leslie was rostered to be working at her new job at the Cold as Ice bar. She was happily ensconced in her new team. Not guilty. Okay, next up. Now it's getting a little scary. We've got the husband and Henry. Okay, we think Henry's dead in the boat. And he never made it, right? He never made it. Because his car is before the island. His car is on the car park on the way to the island. So there's no scenario where he drove across the bridge and then got in the boat. But could he have gotten across the bridge, done the murder, driven back, and then gotten a boat? No. Why would he do that? That would make no sense. Once you're across, you don't need to get in the boat. Okay, here we go. We're going to rule out Henry. We know his motives are sound. Delivered 5 units of his product to Jenny in good faith. Not only did she fail to pay him back, she tried to represent the results of his hard work as her own. Poor old Henry got a bit drunk at the ale festival and got to the bridge too late to cross via car. He parked up at the bridge car park, helped himself to a boat moored there. We can see from the pier photo that the barrels were collected at some point. However, information from the boat owner, Imogene Wine, in the incident lists tells us he picked the wrong boat. I doubt we'll see Henry again. Okay, so we should have considered this a little more fully. It makes more sense, though, as a bigger picture. We were right that he crashed that boat, but he actually seems like he got the boat to the pier of the bar, and he picked up the barrels. We were supposed to see that in the photo somehow. Is that okay? So this is a little complaint with the game. One of our few complaints here. This says, you know what though? It does actually say in the upper left, PDP pier. Okay, so we were careless. It didn't burn us, but we were careless. Do you see what I'm getting at here? We took this photo to be an inconsequential photo. I took this photo to be an inconsequential photo of where the boat was stolen from. That's not right. This is a photo of the pier at the bar. where we're told by witnesses Martin, the owner, was poking around barrels. So we were right in our theory that he was meeting up with Martin to get the barrels. B maybe for barrels, or B for bitch, and he was stealing them back. But Martin did make it. He did get the barrels. Maybe that's why he was in such a rush, because he had told... Sorry, Henry did make it with the boat. Maybe Henry told Martin, I'll be there at 7 p.m., have the barrels ready. So he was a rush. He stole the boat. He drove the boat. He picked up the barrels. And then remember, actually, the owner says, this makes sense now. Look what the owner of the boat says. Caller very concerned as boat has a crack to the hull which will split if any weight is carried aboard. So that's what happened. It survived until the beer barrels were loaded on it. Then it crashed. That ties that up very nicely with the boat. Somehow we thought he died on the way, but either way it makes sense. Okay, so Imogene Wine in the incident list tells us he picked the wrong boat. I doubt we'll see Henry again. Not guilty. Okay, so now, actually, this gives us even more confidence, though, that Martin, the husband, is not involved, because now we know what he was doing. He was meeting up at 7 p.m. to hand over the beer. So let's see. His motive? Martin has lived under the thumb of his domineering and greedy wife for many years. However, had divorced her and hatched his own escape plan to leave TDP behind and move to a new venue with his daughter Katie, and he was going to work with the brewery guy Henry. The statement of Tej notes he left the building for a cigarette shortly before the fire broke out. Witness Deke Beman saw him working around the pier with some beer barrels as the blaze took hold. Martin was working, waiting for Henry to arrive to return the 5 barrels of Honey Badger ale to him to teach Jenny a lesson about ordering goods and refusing to pay. He was outside the whole time. Not guilty. Okay, so we've got 2 suspects left. Rees and Katie. And we think Rees is making out with the barmaid as his alibi. Also, his motive is not good at all. All right, here we go. Rees has never been a fan of Jenny's interfering. He's furious at her intervention in what he wanted to be a small and personal show, but could not pull out due to a record company coming to see him play. CCTV images show Rees with a female TDP staff member locking themselves into the disabled loo. Remember I said that it was Jonathan's theory, really, all along. But I did note that they had gotten themselves into the disabled loo, and that's what that box was. It was to automatically open that door. During the relevant time, I imagine they were discussing the set list. Either way, it wasn't him. Jonathan says, it's a bit weird that apparently the beer transfer took place during the actual fire, like the bar is burning down, a boat pulls up, and the bar owner loads barrels on it, and it sails away. Maybe a little bit before the fire. And it says, like I said, it looked like he was locking the door. Yes, I guess he was trying to lock the door. What does it say? With a female staff member locking themselves in the disabled loo. It was a little... That's a little weird. Like, it looks like he's trying to lock it. Maybe they're on the inside. Maybe they are on the inside of the disabled. They have a camera on the inside of the bathroom. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they are on the inside. Doesn't. Either way, our reading is right. Anna says, there's a camera on the inside that's twisted. Yeah, but this is Jenny. Jenny's a bit twisted, so it's not crazy to think that she put a camera on the inside. Okay, so that leaves only 1 suspect left. Katie, our culprit. Katie has been dumped by the love of her life, Rees, as a result of her mother's behavior. The divorce petition between Jenny and Martin describes an incident where Katie suffered a broken arm, escaping from a locked room following arguments with Jenny. Clearly, she was pushed to her limit by Jenny's final act of greed. Alibi. The BC4 document notes that when that Katie told officers she had been watching rom-coms with her friend all day and evening. However, Dick Bemand reveals that he had been at the pub with his neighbor and her friend Kate. Not even Katie, that was nice. Cross-referenced Dick's details in the investigation notebook with the map of where Katie was when police found her. That's what I figured out. She lived on the same road as the neighbor, as the witness, who says he went with a neighbor and her friend Kate. That's when it clicked into place, that Kate is Katie. Further clues can be found on the TDP Facebook page, which appeals for information about damage caused to Katie's car. This car is then reported speeding over the bridge shortly after the fire is ignited. Technically speaking, we would arrest Isabel as well. That's the friend, the neighbor. Not least for assisting an offender, but we don't need to worry about that just now. We have our killer. Guilty. So they gave us a little in here. Here's our little explanation of what happened, but we would like a little bit of a epilogue. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll collect our thoughts and we'll talk about our thoughts in the game. The last game we have of this series, although there is one more coming. Take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about our thoughts. Give you time to digest and cogitate and think about what you want to say about this game. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We finished playing Cold Case Investigation Unit Case 3, Who Killed Jenny? Now we're going to talk about our thoughts. We've solved it. We got it right. This required some real teamwork, and we spent a lot of time chewing over the case at the end before biting the bullet and making our guesses. I was fairly confident in our answer, but it was a little nerve-wracking. Okay, so let's talk about our thoughts on the game. And I think maybe a good place to start is where Anna started us off in the chat. She says, I liked this one the best from the 3 cases. Nice length and complexity, not obvious, but you could figure it out. Very interesting with humor again, very entertaining, just needs an epilogue. Jonathan says, yes, I can see this being the best. No hint ciphers. Case 2 was longer, but I could see more people getting tired of trying to match bank statements. And that one felt like a nice variety of documents. My complaint is I think saying look for the lie might be too much of a giveaway. Anna says, agree, it was a big hint with the lie. I agree completely. At the beginning of the case, it's got a little thing here that says, let's see, where does it say? It says basically, find the one person who lies and you'll probably find the culprit. Close to home, da da da. I didn't say that. Catch the liar and you'll catch our killer. It's sort of a generic statement, but it did give away too much because we were sure we caught someone in a lie, and that gave away too much. There was one other little part that felt really fun to figure it out. That was that the woman in the car park, 7-year-old woman, was our neighbor. We didn't need the little extra hint in the police report that said possibly resident of this address. Okay, I would say, first of all, absolutely phenomenal case. Just outstanding. And spoiler alert for my review of the series, this is a very good series. And I think if you rank the cases, they probably go case 1, and then case 2 is better than 1, and now case 3 is better than case 2. So I'm very curious now what the new case 4 is like. But first of all, the humor, the naturalness of the dialogue and the text is so good. There were real moments of laugh out loud stuff here. We were reading text messages and group chats and newspaper articles, and they're all filled with humor. It looked like maybe our girl Jenny was selling a ripoff of Harry Potter too. Just really like funny, but not ham-handed funny, like real subtle, natural sounding dialogue. And as Jonathan often points out, you feel like you know these people by the time you get to the end of this. I mean, we've seen their private emails, their private texts. We've encountered them in multiple contexts. We've seen the husband filing the divorce report and what he says about it. We see the daughter giving her police statement, but also writing a letter to her ex-boyfriend. We got lots of interactions with Jenny, lots of people talking about her. This is a part that you'd be surprised how many of these cases miss, is that you don't care about the case. In this case, like, there was so much information about this Jenny person. We saw her Facebook chats, we saw her group chats chewing out people, we saw her emails. Like, at the end, we hated her, like she was a bad person. There was no twist there, but it was just like she was fully fleshed out and we cared about the case. Even think about the irony of that. It shows you a little bit about human psychology. In some cases, you're made to sympathize with the victim and you care about getting them justice. Here was sort of the opposite. We were convinced how bad she was, but she was such an interesting character, and the motivations behind it were so interesting that we sort of cared who did it. Like, a lot of people could have done it, had good motives, but who really did it? Anyway, so all the motivations and all that are great. Another reason why it was so good, and this is very hard to get balanced right, was the difficulty level for us was really at a sort of sweet spot. And I remarked at the time, the fact that we read through all of these documents, it took us several hours, probably like the majority of our time was spent reading through very carefully each document. Then we got to the end having read it through, and it was a wonderful feeling to not know who did it at that point. You'd be surprised, some of these lower level games, by the time you read through all the documents, even just scan through all of them, you've basically figured it out. You might have to go back to prove something or eliminate one suspect. And I think that's a testament to this whole series and the quality of the documents that Catherine Thompson has prepared for these games, is that they're dense documents. They're fine-grained, detailed, dense, content-rich documents that you can't make a single pass through to understand. This gets at some of the thing that the adventure games do so well. We talk about sort of chains of reasoning. Each document is not in and of itself its entirety of its clue that you read and helps you rule out someone or rule in someone by itself as an isolated fact. All of these documents only help you when you place it in context with others. And this case really did that well, and it was wonderful to have read them all and then say, we've read them all. Now we have to go back and understand how they connect and what they reveal. And again, the details of the police incidents and what they told us about the timeline. And again, all of the ruling out people was subtle. Like in some of the lesser quality games, you're like, okay, could it be this person? And you read the thing that said, this person was visiting their mother, and then you're like, okay, that's their alibi, check. Whereas in these cases, it's much closer to, we've got the neighbor, we check her time, okay, she looks like she was heading out there around that time, and then she disappears off our radar. And then we have to figure out, okay, the dogs were barking. We pieced that together from 3 different clues, what that meant she wasn't home. So she didn't go back home. And if she didn't go back home, where was she? What happened to her? Oh, a woman was picked up nearby. We used the map to tell us it was nearby. You have to put together all those little pieces to rule out a suspect. And then our other suspect, Henry, was a good suspect. We had to trace him down, trace his timeline, and figure out that he was actually making his way to the bar, but why was he? What was he doing? And then retrace his steps through the police reports, through the missing boat, through the boat in the newspaper after the fact, how that got crashed. I mean, everything required all these little pieces to put together. Now, and boy, is it fun to get to the end of one of these cases and be like, to spend a half an hour really chewing over in the chat our theories and really needing to use your psychology of motive. What's an appropriate motive? Would the person really kill for that reason? It's not just like we're putting together all these pieces, but we're using all of our skills. Would they really do that for that? Would they really be gone? And trying to pick up little subtle clues that we weren't putting all the pieces down even until the end. Like, okay, Martin was seen, but he wasn't seen coming back in. That probably means he couldn't have gotten in. You had to be inside to do it. But then the guy, the singer, maybe he did it. He disappeared. But we think the picture probably shows him hooking up. That was Jonathan's insight to what this picture meant. This very fuzzy picture. Okay, that made sense that he would be hooking up with the barmaid. All innuendo, right? No, it wasn't spelled out to us super explicitly, but enough innuendo. And then at the end, he comes back in near the entrance, but not from outside. That helps clarify for us for sure that he didn't come in from outside. Lots of little evidence pushing. The variety of documents is wonderful. Lots of these dense documents, but here we had some maps, we had legal proceedings, we had autopsy, letters, emails, text exchange. Very nice. A couple of little flaws, a couple more typos. We found some typos in almost all of these games. Some could really throw a group for a curve. I do think these games should be proofread a little bit more. I think we've seen enough typos that could have gotten caught that it needed a little someone else. We don't know how these are produced, how many other helpers Catherine Thompson has. It's incredible that she's produced 4 of these cases in a relatively short period of time. These are really high quality, long, full cases. So it's an incredible achievement. They could have used a little going over with typo. And then there were a couple of things that, like the critical issue of timeline for Katie, was a little bit frustrating that that autopsy thing said that someone was there between 6:45 and 7 p.m. It was a little frustrating to me to not have that more clearly stated. If you, as a game designer, want to say that there was someone there for that whole period, say it one way. If you're trying to say you're not sure about the exact time, say it another way. I think it might have made more sense if we were told something like, you know, someone spray painted the thing at somewhere around 6:45. Like, you could be ambiguous about the time and make it difficult, but to give us that window, that was a little frustrating. Jonathan says, I enjoyed the grainy photo. I played a lot, so I like more challenge. I could see some people thinking the photo being too vague, and it probably would have been better if it could indicate sneaking. Sneaking into coat closet instead of bathroom. This is where this game, I think, of all the 3, just hit the right sweet spot for us, but I think it's a good point that different groups could encounter it differently. For me, it hit that perfect sweet spot where, with this evidence, like this grainy photo, we really had to weigh stuff and in the end make a judgment call. And it wasn't super definitive. Anna was saying, is this really a barmaid? She's got hair. It doesn't look like maybe it is. Like, this required us to use lots of group effort and Jonathan's theory and pieces of the puzzle. What is this? What is he doing with his hands? Stuff that we couldn't fully explain or be 100% sure about. But that's, I mean, it's an ideal case for us where that was all true, but we still came down on the right side of it. You could see a group getting that wrong, though. John says, although if we had looked at the Facebook post near the beginning, maybe the car would have jumped out as earlier. I could see someone spotting the lie easier if they went to Facebook first. John is saying, if you went to the Facebook, you could also have missed that Facebook page. I think that's another area that this game is slightly missing on. It's slightly misfiring on, and that's the web stuff. I don't like that this game requires the web. This one did require it. And normally when we see the games that require the use of visiting a site like Facebook, first of all, it's cool that there's a real Facebook page with real looking entries. We've seen 2 game series that do that well. Adventure does it really well. They put a lot of effort into it. And we've also seen the Hidden Games series do it pretty well. In both of those games, they're a little more explicit about giving you a hint that you should be visiting that page. You could see a group missing that. You could see a group, it did say on the brochure for the show, it said, you know, you can only buy tickets on Facebook. But you could see a group not used to having to use the internet. Although the game introduction said, what does it say? Access to some body cam footage and a couple other news reports, and you might need to go to the other parts of the web. So I'd be a little concerned that there's a key piece of evidence on that Facebook page, the daughter's car. I could see a group missing that completely. And it says, just give the Facebook stuff like the phone conversations on paper. Don't make us go to the actual Facebook page, especially since you have to log into the Facebook page. I don't like that. And Jonathan says, I think if you're going to use a website, it's better to have them be a bit of a gate like in adventure. Need to find the password first or something. Yes, I agree with both of what Anathan and Jana are saying. I think that's right. It is interesting that this case used no ciphers and codes, and that was completely fine by me. Sometimes those are fun and enjoyable, but most of the time they're just busy work, and I enjoyed not having to mess with one here. And I really did like the multimedia in this case. I thought that was done very well. It added something. It was fun to get that in the beginning, to set the stage, to set the feel for this being a real people and real crime. Both the radio report and the TV report felt amateurish, but real enough. And I really do feel like those set the stage well. Those were fun. So having to go back online for the Facebook felt unnecessary, especially the fact that Facebook requires you to log in. I just don't think it's necessary to have that. I think having printouts of the Facebook page would have been just as good. Any other thoughts? Would we all rank them? Do you all both agree that you would rank them first case, second case, third case, all in that ascending order of quality? They were all very well-written cases. I think case one was the only one we had a real objection to at the end. I felt like the ending of case one was a miss. Case two was very good and satisfying, but a little bit weird. And case three was sort of impeccable in terms of solution. And it says body cam was best from the three multimedia street stuff. Would have been enough, I think, but nice touch. And as a series, this has got some of the very best use of documents that you really sink your teeth into. John says, yes, unless you really like length, since case two did last quite a bit longer. It's true. If you want the longest experience, maybe case two. And this might be the shortest one, right? Do we think Jenny was having a side business as a writer under a different name? It seems like we do. I'm curious how others encounter case three. I'd be very curious to hear if everyone gets it right or some people get it wrong. You could get it wrong, but I think it's more likely that you'll get to the end and not be sure. And it says case one would have been more interesting than two for me, but had more issues. Yeah, case one did have issues. And it says, yes, ciphers were a pain. Good riddance. Oh, I remembered something else to tell you. After case two, Catherine Thompson came by and visited the chat for a bit. And we talked a little bit afterwards. And she said, because we've mentioned now in all of our cases that you really want an epilogue for these cases that sort of wraps up the story, gives you a little bit extra narrative as reward, and maybe explains what happened. And Catherine Thompson said, I really like the idea of epilogues now that you mention it and talk about it. I'm going to add epilogues as soon as I get the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if eventually these cases all get little epilogue stories explaining what happened and why. So that'll be fun to see. It sounds like case 4 is a sort of Mission Impossible spy story. That will be interesting. We started using digital notes. In the end, we didn't actually go back to them much. I think that's because we didn't need to take so detailed notes by the time we got to the end. But we did use them a little bit to make our list of suspects and notes. I think they helped a little bit. But the case wasn't difficult in that sense that we needed such detailed notes. I guess it was difficult enough to argue and chew through, not argue, but really debate. But we didn't need to consult our notes too much. Any other final thoughts before we move along? We expect the play-by-mail case replies to come in the next day or two. We'll either play those on Sunday if they happen to arrive before then, or Monday or Tuesday. Otherwise, we need to pick a game to play next. We have some different cold case series that we haven't tried yet. Maybe we'll talk about those on the Board Game Geek Guild section, our Game Queue thread. Other than that, we'll play case 4 of this series as soon as it arrives. Maybe I'll try to get out a review of the series based on the first 3. Anna says, great game. I agree. This was really good teamwork. We had a bunch of extra people in the beginning, but it's hard to stick with it for 6 hours, which is what it took us for this game. Jonathan says, main caveats for this series of games would be if you can't stand typos, but I think these did feel reasonable and a bit more murkiness on needed internet connection. Otherwise, easy to recommend. Yeah. All right, guys. I had a great time. This was a really fun case. Great way to end this series. Just a stellar series. Really enjoyable. It's going to be hard to top this. Next time I see you will be for the play-by-mail series. Good night. See you later.